Hello, good morning. Live from Emirates Old Trafford for day 2 of the LV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Essex. A warm welcome from Lancs TV from our studio again. I'm Scott Reed. We're going to hear from Lancashire's Cricket Foundation Chairman Bobby Cross shortly. It's a big old day today. It's a very lively day today at Old Trafford because we've got some school kids in. There's loads of activities taking place around the ground. Lots of fun to be had with the kids. We're going to hear all about that, what it's all about between now and the start of play. In saying that, the covers have been on, so fingers crossed the rain does blow through and we do start on time at 11. We're also going to hear from Graham Onions as well before we get underway at 11 o'clock. But today is about, as well as the cricket, about celebrating Lancashire's Cricket Foundation. About trying to hear about that foundation and to hear about what it does across the community. Let's find out a little bit more.
Lancashire Cricket Foundation, we're the community charity arm of Lancashire Cricket. We're effectively looking after all things recreational cricket, from supporting local club and league structures right through to cricket for social good.
The foundation is really important for the communities as it represents everybody. It takes everybody into consideration.
It's our duty to give every child their first little steps into cricket. We don't want anyone to think that this game's not for them. I think the work Lancashire and the other counties do in making this game as diverse as possible, and we want children to say cricket's a game for them.
I have a huge passion for increasing recreational sport in disadvantaged communities, and I really get the feeling that there is a lot of other people very similar in the foundation.
We've got 3 core pillars which effectively all our work fits under, and that's about engaging and inspiring people within school and education settings. That's about supporting a structure of leagues and clubs and giving them the best possible support, and that's about inspiring our communities and making sure our communities can access the activity that we deliver.
I think it shows that Lancashire Cricket Club have a passion getting out and about in the communities that really need it, just to increase the love and the passion for cricket everywhere.
Lancashire Cricket Foundation doing fantastic. Let's find out what its aims are and about what its objectives are. Delighted to say that Bobby Cross, chairman of the foundation, joins us. Good morning, Bobby.
Morning, Scott.
Are you okay?
I'm very well, thank you. Good to be here on a noisy day, Emirates Old Trafford.
Yes. Just talk to us a little bit about the Lancashire Cricket Foundation, kind of how long it's been in place and its aims are and its roles and its kind of objectives.
Yeah, in its current format, 2017 was the merger between the old cricket board and the foundation as it previously was. So because of that, we cover quite a broad spectrum of activity, looking after the recreational game in the county. But as you've seen today, the real aim of the foundation is to inspire as many young people as we can to engage with cricket, to have a positive experience of cricket. And what's so great about today is for the best part of 2,000 young people, it'll be the first chance they've probably had to experience Emirates Old Trafford and probably see what some of us take for granted day to day, and see what this place has to offer, and then hopefully come back again and engage with cricket.
I mean, it's obviously great fun. I mean, there's I actually quite fancy to go on that myself. There's climbing walls, there's all sorts of face painting, there's loads of different activities taking place. Is that just to try and get that kind of initial engagement into the idea of being at a cricket ground?
Yeah, and I suppose I was thinking about it as I came in this morning. Scott, when I first engaged with cricket and came to this place, it was because my parents were involved in cricket, Dad loved cricket, and we naturally wanted to come here. A lot of these kids probably have never had an experience with cricket before, and so it can be quite daunting to come here. So we just want to make it as fun as possible. The kids obviously love what's going on out the back of the stand. There's loads of activity for them, but hopefully once the cricket starts, we get to show them what some of our star players can do and inspire them through that as well.
Now, the impact report is out in terms of what the Lancashire Cricket Foundation in 2021. What kind of stands out from this report? What can you kind of brief us on that.
Yeah, the biggest sort of headline stats were the number of people, and particularly young people, we engaged with in 2021, and not forgetting that that was such a difficult year on the back of the pandemic when, as a foundation, a lot of our activity is face-to-face and the challenges that we had with COVID. So to have engaged with that many people, it was a record number of people, 75,000 people had an experience through cricket. We managed to distribute a lot of money into the recreational game, into cricket clubs, to carry on supporting clubs and leagues who obviously have had challenges through that time as well because they've not been able to open the doors. But as with anything, Scott, it's great putting figures out there. We want to keep doing more. We want to impact on as many young people as possible. And Lancashire Cricket as a brand has the power to do that. You know, a lot of people associate with the Red Rose, and we want more and more people to do that. So it's great. It's a really powerful report. We want to keep doing more, and our staff want to keep doing more. And I think on the video that you saw earlier on, we just want to see as many people smiling, young people smiling, enjoying cricket, and hopefully carrying on with the sport in the future.
That engagement, Bobby, and that I think the importance of trying to connect with communities and with people, has that been emphasised even more because of the pandemic, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. And look, there was an immediate bounce back because of COVID when people were stuck indoors and obviously then want to get back out and get back to being active, and cricket was open green spaces, was a nice sport for that. But I think the biggest thing for us with cricket and engagement is the ongoing conversation that's happening around the country at the moment. Is cricket really accessible for everybody? And certainly at Lancashire Cricket and through the foundation, one of our biggest challenges is to make sure that every kid, every young person gets the opportunity to play cricket. And that's maybe not always been the case in the past for a multitude of reasons, but we've got to make sure that cricket is accessible to everyone, and not necessarily through the traditional route, through cricket clubs. You know, there's a lot of young people in a lot of different communities who don't necessarily want to go through that traditional pathway that I came through of going to a cricket club. And we've got to make sure there's a route for every young person that wants to play or engage with the game in any way, that they can carry on and have that experience.
See, I find that quite intriguing because, as you said, the traditional route is you join your local club and then you progress and develop, and you, if you're good enough, it could lead you all the way to the top. But there are other ways of getting involved in cricket, and I guess there are other ways of also trying to find people that perhaps wouldn't go down the traditional route as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly from both, from a participation point of view, and obviously the talent usually follows because any really talented youngsters will then progress, and we've got to make sure there is a pathway for them to progress in that non-traditional way. But some of the work that Chance to Shine and some of the other charities, the Chance to Shine Street programme in inner city areas in particular, where kids get the chance to play cricket away from cricket clubs, but you still want kids to have the next opportunity after that you need to signpost them, whether that is into a cricket club, whether it's to an urban cricket centre, which is something we're working hard to get up and running, whether it's in one of our development centres around the county. But yeah, look, Mark Chilton, I think, is thrilled that there are more and more avenues opening for young people who want to aspire, and that's boys and girls as well, and that's really exciting for us that we're not just talking about boys cricket, it's girls cricket as well. So yeah, from a participation point of view, but also from the elite point of view, it's really important that everyone has that chance to progress in the game. And
with your role, Bobby, and how much do you kind of enjoy it? How much pride do you take when you see events like today, for example, happening? Yeah, today is one of the highlights. Seeing so many kids come here and just having a smile on the face and having a good time is what we're about. And you sometimes forget that, I suppose, when you've been involved in cricket maybe as long as we have, that you come and you want to see the first team doing well and you want to know how England are getting on. But actually, for these kids, the power that cricket can have to put a smile on the face and actually to improve their lives shouldn't ever be underestimated, and that's what I'm most proud of, really. Okay, good stuff. And face painting, you not fancy? I'll go after you. So, yeah. Maybe after lunch at some point, yeah. Right then, more from Bobby throughout the course of the day. I think you're going to join us a little bit on commentary as well, which is great. I'm never too far away from a cross on commentary, so that's ideal. Let's a little look ahead to what we've got coming up today then, shall we? Because it was a fascinating first day. It's actually relatively even, I think, at 280 for 7. Lancashire fought back superbly in the back end of the final session, taking some wickets with that second new ball to wrestle a bit of control back in the match. A brilliant unbeaten century from Dan Lawrence. We're going to hear from Graham Onions, Lancashire's bowling coach, and his view on the first day. But let's reflect with some highlights first.
Lawrence hits 100 but honours even after day 1. Lancashire returned to Emirates Old Trafford this week after being held to a draw by Yorkshire at clean slate Headingley. They start the week in second place in Division 1, albeit 20 points behind leaders Surrey, but more than 30 ahead of visitors Essex, who have just one win to their name so far this season. And Essex started the match with the bat in hand and found it tough to get off the mark. Lancashire striking with just 15 runs on the board. Sir Alistair Cook the first to go, out-caught off Bailey for 2. But in came Tom Wesley, and the captain held off the Lancashire charge alongside Nick Brown, and the rapid start by the hosts started to fade. The visitors were finding their feet, and a 50 partnership brought up when Wesley flicked Anderson through the leg side to the ropes. When they reached lunch, the score was a decent-looking 74 for 1, Cook the only man to go, and the session one Essex had enjoyed. And there were more reasons to be cheerful for the visitors after the break. Brown with back-to-back 50s, up to the mark with a wristy shot for 2. The opener took them to 100 as well, rocking onto the back foot to Parkinson, punched to the offside boundary. Parkinson took the scalp of the captain though, down on one knee looking to sweep the spinner. Wesley only managed to pop a catch straight up in the air, Salt underneath it with the gloves. Lawrence looked to try and stick with Brown, and the pair added 34 together before the opener had to go. A first of the innings for Anderson, Villas bravely taking the catch close in, quite some grab from the Lancashire skipper. Opportunities were few and far between for the fielding side. Lawrence grew into his innings, and the score followed. 4 runs guided down to third man, putting 150 on the scoreboard, which read 169 for 3 when they strolled off for tea. Lawrence and Walter resumed after the break, and it wasn't too long before they brought up the 50 partnership with a single off Bailey. But Lawrence wasn't done there. After being left out of the England squad to face New Zealand, he had a point to make, and a 50 went some way to doing so, up to the mark with his 6th 4. He was at the other end when Walter cut Parkinson for 2 to bring up the 200. Bailey brought an end to their partnership. Walter cleaned up by one that nipped back. And then he dealt with Critchley, unable to get off the mark off the 4 deliveries he faced, out-caught behind. Lawrence was into the 90s and set off thinking he was about to hit 3 figures, but Hassan Ali had other ideas. A boot to the ball enough. Rossington short of his ground. Balderson through to the right end. Lawrence would move on to his 100 in the next over. A single off Wood all he needed to get there after facing 178 balls. But Wood struck with the very next delivery. Just the second Tama had faced, and he wasn't able to weave out of the way, caught behind for a duck. The wicket was a crucial one, keeping Lancashire on level pegging with their visitors, who were down to their last 3 wickets at the close of play. The score 280 for 7. Lawrence will be delighted with his efforts, unbeaten on 100 when time was called. He'll be even happier if it helps his side find their way to a win, but there's still a long road ahead.
Well, the kids are having fun ahead of the start of day 2 between Lancashire and Essex in the county championship. I want one of those hats. They look great. Welcome to our coverage of day 2 of Lancashire against Essex in the county championship. I think there was a possibility that we might be in for a delay, because there was a little bit of rain around and the covers were on for probably about half an hour or so, but it appears to have all blown through. Keaton Jennings is making his way down the stairs, and might go and say hello to a few of the kids who are in town for this second day. 280 for 7 is what Essex are resuming on, after a good final hour on the first day, where Lancashire kind of wrestled back a little bit of control after a good day with the bat. Dan Lawrence is still there. He's 100 not out. So we'll see how Lancashire can progress through the course of the day. Dane Villas is heading down the stairs, and he'll be hoping that this first innings is wrapped up pretty quickly. And Hassan Ali signing a few autographs as well. The umpires are heading out to the middle as well. And Lancashire will be, let's say, looking to try and see if they can wrap up this innings pretty quickly. Bobby Cross from the foundation is alongside me and Dick Davis throughout the course of the day, as is Stuart Law again today. Delighted to have Stuart back with us. It's always a pleasure, Stuart, to have you in the commentary box, and it's a lively old day today. There's a bit of extra background noise.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Thanks for having me back again. I obviously didn't do too much wrong yesterday.
No, you were terrific as always.
Yeah, it is. It's always nice, isn't it? You see the young children at the ground. I think the most exciting part of their day is the fact they're missing out on school, and hopefully the rain stays away and we can see they can see a good day's cricket. Which yesterday probably even Stevens at the end. Today, Lancashire trying to wrap up the tail very quickly, but Dan Lawrence and Shane Snoder have got other ideas. So looking forward to today's contest.
Yeah, I thought the first day was fascinating. I thought it was a really interesting day's cricket. I mean, Lawrence was terrific, wasn't he? It's a great. But I think without the way it was set up early on, Nick Brown's 71,
yep,
and then Lawrence unbeaten in the end on a 100 was a wonderful way for him to start the summer, really.
Well, in a way too, the partnership between Nick Brown and Tom Wesley, against a new ball, fine seam attack on a wicket that was providing a bit of movement. I thought that was crucial for Essex's day, the way they set it up, and then the way Lawrence paced his innings, way he built that innings was outstanding and showed his class. He's definitely one for the future. Still a young man. He hasn't played for a couple of weeks with a hamstring injury and comes out in his first knock, showed his class, and he's 100 not out today. So I thought they batted it very well. Lancashire missed opportunities towards the end of the day. They could have had 3 wickets in 2 overs, which would have changed the complex and maybe even had them batting for the last 10 overs last night. So it did. It ebbed and flowed, but both teams in with a real shout. It's an even contest now. It's back to business.
And it's going to be Jimmy Anderson from the Jimmy Anderson end. It is actually raining a little, but thankfully the umpires are saying just crack on.
That's not rain in Manchester, mate.
Anderson in and bowling to Lawrence. It's defended up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
That's sunshine.
Is
yeah,
that
the light mizzle?
You're quite right.
Yeah, it's still 30 plus sunscreen.
I've just got the shirt on today. That's all I need. Don't need a jumper or anything like that. Beautiful.
Yeah.
It is a bit grey, yeah, unfortunately. It's lovely yesterday. We had such a beautiful afternoon. A bright blue sky and loads of sunshine. But it's grey and overcast, I'm afraid, at the minute. But anyway, we've got some cricket. Here's Anderson again into Lawrence, who uses his feet and comes right towards Jimmy and pushes it back to him. And there's no run. Blimey.
Just watching the monitor here, Jimmy's got a massive smile on his face. On the inside, I don't think he'd be smiling. He'd be going, all right, son.
Stay where you are.
Back in your box. He's a great competitor, Jimmy Anderson. He has been for, well, ever since he came onto the scene. And here he's in his 40th year. And he's still like he was 17, 18. It's great to see.
Well, it's the old boys that are doing as fit as a fiddle, aren't they, at the minute? Anderson's into Lawrence, it's left and through to the keeper, there's no run. It's these young whippersnappers who can't seem to keep fit.
Yeah, that's the old Trojans. They've got through the tough yards.
They
and
have.
They've come out the other side, and they're the evergreen. Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad as well. He's bowling well for Nottinghamshire.
Absolutely.
You know, it's just shows you experience. They know how to handle their bodies. They know how to pace themselves at training and get through matches.
In comes Anderson, balls again, pushed away by Lawrence. Down towards the gully region where Stephen Croft fields, and there's no run. Steve Harmison was saying on a podcast, I think, that bowlers need to bowl and that these injuries are happening because they're not bowling enough.
Yeah, there's a couple of trains of thought. And I'd have to go along with that. I think you look at some players, they get to where they are through their bowling talent. Then when they get in these high-performance programs...
Anderson over the wicket to Lawrence. Plays off the back foot, pushing to mid-off for no run.
They put their young bodies through extreme stress, like they lift big weights in a gym. Which I understand. You have to be strong to be able to bowl and, you know, to do it for a long, long time. I get it. But I'm so much in the same thought process as Steve Harmison. You don't need to lift big weights. You need to bowl. To get bowling fit, to get your body used to bowling, you need to bowl.
Anderson to complete the first over. Oh, that's a bit streaky. That's gone down towards the boundary. That's going to be runs. 4 of them. That's come off an edge, an inside edge, I think, off the bat of Lawrence. And that's disappeared past the stumps and past the keeper, who's playing away from his body. Blimey, yeah, looking to drive through extra cover. It disappears to fine leg.
Yeah, that's another. Jimmy hasn't had much luck in this bowling innings. He's bowled beautifully, bowled, you know, exactly how Jimmy Anderson does bowl. Just puts the batsman under pressure, makes him, you know, ask some questions all the time, and he's drawn some false shots. Just hasn't had the luck of, you know, picking up the wickets. He had 2 catches dropped in 2 overs last night. And that one there, the big booming drive from Dan Lawrence, aiming through cover, and it just scrapes past leg stump, goes to the boundary for 4. So Tom Bailey to come back into the attack from, well, the Brian Statham end.
He's got a couple of slips and a kind of gully in place. Balls to Snater, who turns the ball away into the onside, and there is no run. So we're into the second over of the day, day 2, Lancashire, Essex. Yesterday's day saw was pretty even. We witnessed Sir Alistair Cook lose his wicket with the score at 15 for 1, and then the partnership between Wesley and Brown took Essex to 100. As Bailey's in and bowls again, and Snater off the back foot trying to work it into the onside, but for no run. And then it's a pretty solid afternoon session, really, for Essex until that second new ball became available. Before it, Essex were 230 for 3, and by the close of play, they were 280 for 7. So the second new ball worked nicely for Lancs. And in the middle of all that, the unbeaten century from Dan Lawrence. On what does look like a pretty good pitch.
Yeah.
Bailey bowls fullish of length, and that squirts away off an inside edge behind square on the leg side. Comes back for 2. And the score moves on to 286 for 7.
And what we saw yesterday, I didn't see the pitch up close, but talking to a few of the players and people who are out there, and there's a little bit more grass on it, which for Old Trafford you normally see the slab of concrete, hardly any grass, and it's a big sheen on it. Day one is a bit slow, and then day two quickens up. And if the sun does shine throughout the 4 days, it gets quicker and quicker, if anything. So this one might be a bit quicker today.
Bailey right arm over the wicket balls, and Snater just rocks back and allows it to go through to the keeper. There is no run. The first issue with that, I guess, Stuart, is the possibility of the sun coming out today. It looks absolutely set with cloud above us.
Yeah, we had enough sunshine yesterday for 4 days, so that's where it got baked.
It did. And if you have just joined the coverage, the additional ambience is the school kids are in today. A couple of thousand school children in today. It's part of the Lancashire Cricket Foundation. Bailey bowling and Snater defends. There's all sorts of activities behind this media centre, of which I'll be honest, I do want to go on pretty much all of them.
I saw some. Is it axe throwing?
That looked great.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd trust too many people with an axe.
That looked tremendous fun.
In a crowd, but.
And then there was bow and arrows. That looked great.
Well, yeah. No, it's all the danger sports. I don't mind danger sports, but.
Do you see the
we'll have a walk around later.
See the climbing wall? Yeah. Bailey in and bowling, and Snater going back, just trying to push the ball away into the offside. It deflects down towards Croft in the gully, and there's no run. 286 for 7 at the end of the over.
No, it looks good. I reckon at lunchtime we'll go and have a walk around and have a climb, sling a bow and throw an axe.
Sounds like great fun. The other year, I don't know if there's a fire engine there or not. The other year there was a fire engine, and the old kind of platform thing came up.
Oh yeah.
Oh
no, there is a fire engine.
Oh, that's
I
great.
walked past it this morning. So.
Love that. Want to go on that as well.
Kids heaven.
Forget the kids. Get the kids off it.
No, we're all kids at heart. We
So yeah, there's lots of activities for the and face painting, which I'm not too fussed about. Actually, I've got an enormous cold sore, so maybe I should have my face painted. Anderson running in and bowling to Lawrence, who defends to mid-on, and there is no run. But actually, Bobby Cross, who's the chairman of the Lancashire Cricket Foundation, and for those that were watching on Lancs TV a little earlier on, Bobby was explaining about the foundation, about its kind of drives, its priorities, objectives, it's all those types of things. As Anderson bowls, and Lawrence looks to try and cut, but a play and a miss, and through to the keeper. There's no run. He's going to be around at least, I think, for the morning session, Bobby. So you're going to join Dick after 11:30. So we might have a little natter with Dick about what the foundation's all about. I did say to Bobby, we can't really have a commentary without a cross in a commentary box. So that's what I've forced him into to doing a bit.
No, he's a good man, Bob.
So we'll hear from Bobby Cross a little bit later on what's happening today. Anderson in balls again. It's full but wide and left by Lawrence, and through to the keeper. There's no run. What do you reckon here Lancashire are hoping for? I mean, having got Essex 7 down at the close of play, if they can keep them below, what, 310, something like that, 320, or even less, perhaps?
Yeah, I think on this pitch, if they can restrict them to 320, they'd be over the moon with that.
Okay, right.
But I think Dan Lawrence is the man here. Shane Snater looks like he's just going to stick in and support Dan Lawrence. Dan Lawrence has got to do the bulk of the scoring.
He's on strike, Lawrence. And having ventured forward to Jimmy in the last over, he's been a little bit more grounded this time. He's playing it again from the crease, pushing away into the offside for no run.
He's showing a little bit more respect, I think you call it.
Yeah, he came wandering down, didn't he, pretty early on?
Well, it was charging like bull in a china shop. Went out fast, didn't he? This is where the field was spread early. Point and square leg were out. They both come up now for the last couple of balls for Jimmy's over.
Over the wicket to Lawrence, who leaves the ball. And taken by Phil Salt. And there's no run. lots of different subplots and stories emerged throughout the course of these first 5 or 6 rounds of championship games, and the omission of Lawrence by England, and then the results and him scoring a century was a nice little plot yesterday. No idea whether that was an extra motivation factor for Dan Lawrence or not, but either way, Bassett, what
should have been.
Yes, yeah, probably. Yeah. Lawrence a little nudge away through mid-wicket for a single, and he keeps a strike as well, so he moves to 105, and Essex are 287 for 7 at the end of the over. Anderson 1 for 46, Bailey 3 for 38, and we've had 99 overs of the Essex first innings.
So that's one thing I couldn't quite understand. 2 balls left in Jimmy's over, they brought both deep point and square leg up. Bowled that ball, the 5th ball, no run, and then for the last ball, square leg goes back, and Dan Lawrence just shuffles across and punches it into the vacant mid-wicket area for a single, and is now back on strike for Tom Bailey. You'd want to bowl as many balls as you can to Shane Snader.
Yeah, it was a bit of a gimme, that, wasn't it?
Shot.
Yeah, just pushed up towards mid-on by Lawrence. Yeah, he's content to take a single off the first delivery of Bailey's over.
Yeah, well, so I'd like to keep Dan Lawrence down on Jimmy's end. You know, Jimmy, the world-class bowler he is, against Essex's highest scorer, looking probably their most effective batsman in this innings. You back Jimmy to get anyone out, and he nearly produced the wicket in the first over with a inside edge down to fine leg.
Bailey to Snater. Oh, that loops off a leading edge. It's gone down towards third man. He'll get 4 for it. It was a bit of a nothing shot, really, wasn't it? Quite sure whether he was trying to leave it or where he was trying to work it. What do you reckon here?
Well, it was a pretty good delivery. He squared him up.
Oh,
it moved away from leg to off in the traditional leg cutting fashion, and he just got a leading edge to it and went over, looped over gully.
He's actually trying to work it mid-wicket, hasn't he, that way?
Yeah. So a good piece of bowling, probably just a fraction short, but getting that movement, which is what causes problems to any batsman. So a number 9 should be struggling.
292 for 7. Bailey bowls again. Bat on this time. Flick down towards fine leg, where Parkinson fields. Snater moves to 10. Score moves on to 293 for 7. Brings Lawrence back on strike. You get that type of feeling watching Lancashire players here. That I know this happens in any context where a team are 7 down, but they just feel desperate to get this done. Get back in the dressing room. It's not a great day in terms of the weather. There's Lawrence rocking back and pulling down towards the fine leg boundary. He'll get 4 for that. That won't help Lancashire's general mood if they're feeling like they want to get it all done as quickly as they can. And I think the rain's got heavier as well in the middle of all this. In fact, we might be going off. We are. Yeah, just as Lawrence kind of pivoted back and pulled the ball down towards fine leg for 4, that the rain got considerably stronger. So what a 297 for 7. And now that the kids get the very, very exciting prospect of seeing the hover cover, not only the sound but the sight of this mighty beast being heaved out to the middle by the ground. So the hover cover will even get a cheer, I would think. There we go. I knew it would. The hover cover's cheered out to the middle as as the players make their way off. The kids are having fun. I'm not so sure the umpires are massively enjoying it just at the minute, and the players are quite keen to get off as well. 297 for 7 when the rain has started to get a little bit heavier. To be fair, I think they've given it a pretty decent go. I think it's been light rain pretty much from the start.
It has, yeah. Yeah, it's a shame really, because the contest is set up in a. It really wanted to see the first hour this morning to put your stamp on it. Whether Essex doesn't lose a wicket and score some runs, or Lancashire come out and wrap up the tail. You just want to see the team, teams go at it, and the first hour would have been very crucial. But unfortunately, as does happen up here quite a bit, the weather has to intervene.
Yes.
Maybe a chance to get out the back, mate, and on your climbing wall and throw some axes, shoot some arrows.
See, I'm not right keen in the rain now.
Oh, you're a fair weather. Okay, right.
I'm a fair weather axe thrower. I like my axes to be dry and easy to handle.
No, true. Very important.
Yeah, I don't want a slippy axe.
No mishaps.
I'm afraid that not only are the hover cover on, the whole extra sheets are being dragged out, which tends to tell us that the ground staff reckon there's a bit to come.
Yeah, they're going to cover the whole square, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's a shame. It's a shame, but fingers crossed that it's a passing show. There's enough breeze today. Yesterday there was hardly a breath of air most of the day, and today there's a pretty strong breeze. Hopefully this just blows it away and we can get back out there.
So yeah, the ground staff are dragging out the additional covers from the edge of the outfield in front of the building site. I honestly thought that we were clear. So I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm not taking a massive amount of notice of weather forecasts. I mean, people think I look at it all the time, but I don't. But the forecast that I looked at, and the one I'm looking at now, says there's nothing round here until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So that's a load of rubbish, isn't it?
Yeah, the best way to check the weather around here is look out the window.
Yes.
You get a pretty good idea then.
Yeah. Right, let's see what's happening elsewhere. Is there anything going on? Oh no, there's plenty of rain around. Oh dearie me. So the games between Northamptonshire and Kent delayed. Somerset and Hampshire delayed. In Division 2, Middlesex against Durham delayed. Worcestershire against Leicestershire delayed. But Warwickshire are playing, so that's all right over in Leeds at the minute, because Yorkshire are 33 without loss in reply to a Warwickshire total of 244. In fact, correction to that, they just lost their first wicket, I think. Yorkshire might be 33 for 1 now. And Nottinghamshire are 43 without loss in reply to a Derbyshire total of 260 all out. Slater and Hamid starting that reply for Notts at Trent Bridge. But a bit of rain around, I'm afraid, folks, today. Hopefully this delay won't be too long, but the covers are out. And the ground staff are still hovering around the middle. Hopefully they'll be pulling the sheets off quickly, and we'll see a resumption in play at some stage in the not too distant future. We'll leave you for now with Essex at 290. I said, well, we're not going anywhere. We'll just stop speaking for a period. With Essex at 297 for 7. Fingers crossed, play to resume shortly. So a little update for you. As you can see on the bottom of the screen there, play to resume at 12:20 for those with us on the BBC Sport website and the app. We're going to start at, as it stands, subject this, of course, to no further rain. Play will resume at 12:20. And very excitingly, I've got some playing times, revised playing times. So 12:20 restart with lunch still at 1 p.m. Tea will be at 3:55. And the close of play is scheduled for 6:30, and we have 84 overs remaining in the day. I'm not quite sure how many that means we've lost, because I can't quite remember how many we've had so far, but we'll have 84 overs left in the day should we get underway at 12:20. Tea at 3:55 and the close of play at 6:30. So fingers crossed that the rain does stay away. The ground staff have done their bit so far. They've been around the outfield with the trusty rope to help disperse some of the water on the outfield. The stumps are just being repositioned, and the hover cover is not protecting the pitch now. So we're hopeful now that the ground sheets have all been removed and put away, that maybe the ground staff, with their access to their magical radars, are pretty confident that we will get back underway at 12:20. So back with live coverage to come, hopefully within the next 15 minutes. that's a really good way to end the day. I thought really quite an intriguing day's cricket. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think exactly right. I think we've battled hard again, very similar to the Warwickshire game, I feel. I think the lads have once again have hung in both fairly consistently all day, and we've got our rewards towards the end. A bit of a cliche, but tomorrow morning is going to be very important.
Patience, is that the word again here at Emirates Old Trafford?
Yeah, absolutely. Control the run rate, control what we do. You know, get into your spell straight away and try and hit the ball as well as you can. And yeah, try and go for 2.5, 3 runs if we can. I think at that stage we did that beautifully. I thought Woody, in particular, probably hasn't quite had his rewards over the last few weeks, but I think he's turned up today, and that wicket towards the end, an absolute snorter to get rid of. Harmer, who's a dangerous player, low order. But as I said, Jimmy showed his class. Bales is once again brilliant, and Parky on a day one pitch has showed his class as well. But obviously, once again, we've got to back it up tomorrow morning.
That is the key, isn't it? I guess you certainly know better than me. On pitches like this, you've got to, as a bowling unit, work together here, haven't you? Yeah,
and it's kind of unheard of in April and early start of the summer. Is that it's just these pitches are brilliant. It's good. I mean, that's what we want. We want to replicate Test cricket and stuff. But on day one pitches, it's important that you hold your line of length well. Try and dry it up as much as possible. We went through a stage there where obviously we went for the short ball quite a bit, which was a good ploy. Fantastic catch by Dane Villas. I've never seen that one before. But yeah, I feel as though we're in a position of the game now where we've done the hard work. It's a case of finishing off.
Just to broaden it out, Graham, what have you made of not just Lancashire, the season in general, in terms of runs scored, the wickets that have taken, the matches that have been drawn? What's the view on it? What's your thoughts?
Well, you said intriguing in the last part of the question there, and I think that's probably it. Really, I feel as though we've fought really hard. Warwickshire here, and then obviously Headingley last week. The boys are. They're in a great place. They're really pushing hard for victories. We feel as though a good week this week. Ulf Sanderson pretty good stead before a little bit of a break going into T20s. But look, we all want to play on good pitches. We all want to learn. We want to get Parky, bowling as much as he can. And I feel as though we're in a position to do that really. Notoriously here, of course, the pitches are good. As I said, you've got to bowl, relatively straight, and I thought we did that today.
That looks like it's been.
And that was Graham Onion speaking, and the good news is that the rain has abated, the skies have got a little bit brighter, and play is about to commence, with Essex having added, they've on 297 for 7, so they've added 17 to their overnight score. Shane Snater's gone on to 10, Dan Lawrence on to 110, and my name is Dick Davis, and with me is Bobby Cross, whom I haven't had the pleasure of meeting before. I'll allow you to introduce himself as to what he is, partly because I'm not quite sure, and he can then also just tell us what that means. But just for a moment, I'll describe the opening few deliveries of the resumption. We have 2 deliveries left of this over, being bowled by Tom Bailey, and Essex really need to, obviously power on to 300 to get another bonus point, but then from their point of view, considerably more. It was a really interesting day yesterday, not a particularly quick scoring one, but very, very interesting in as much as it fluctuated, which is one of the reasons we love this great game of cricket. And so Dan Lawrence is facing, and Bailey is on his way in now. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Lawrence, who just plays defensively. Now he's got with him Shane Snater, as I said, who's on 10 not out. Now he has been quite a revelation this season, really. I mean, we knew he was a useful bowler, but he's turning into a genuine all-rounder. So here he is at coming in at number 9, but yet he's no mug with the bat. One of the beneficial side effects of so much one-day cricket is that there are no real rabbits towards the bottom of the order in any of the 18 counties, and that's played out to I was going to say just played out gently to mid-on. Well, it was played out gently to mid-on, but unfortunately it wasn't fielded all that cleanly, and I hardly dare tell you who it was who misfielded then, but he's arguably England's greatest seam bowler ever, so I'll leave it to you to work out. The score at the end of the over is therefore 298 for 7. So Bobby, a warm welcome. I say welcome, no doubt you come to Old Trafford far more often than I do. I come about twice a year here. So your position is?
I'm the chairman of the Cricket Foundation here, Richard, so I'm in part responsible for the wall of noise that we've got coming from over our shoulders.
Well, I'd like to congratulate you for a start, but we'll come back to that then, because that was really... But, for somebody simple like me, what does that actually mean, the foundation?
So our Cricket Foundation is a merged one, so we are effectively the County Cricket Board, as most counties would have, but we also have charitable status and do a lot of work in the community as well. Right,
I'm with it now. Okay, I'll just continue to describe the second over, which is worked away square on the wicket on the offside, and they go through for, well, they think about a second, but it would be at best ill-advised and possibly suicidal. So just one run, a cruise. So the splendid fellow on the door downstairs said there's about 1,500 children in.
Yeah, we're expecting anywhere between 1,500 and 2,000. Obviously, with the weather, one or two schools may have chosen not to come because some have travelled quite a distance.
Have they?
It's not just. There are some schools who this is very local for, but some have made a reasonable journey across the county. So yeah, I think there's. But we're expecting between 25 and 30 schools here today.
Really? Well, that's very impressive. And that's just played backward of square on the offside, but no addition to the score. So, now, of those 1,500, it would be beyond one's wildest hopes that they're all devotees of cricket. But I noticed as I attempted to get through them coming here, there's lots of other attractions as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. For most of those children, it will be the first time they've been here, and probably the first experience of cricket. So there's a lot of going on around the scenes as well.
And that's worked well on the onside. They think about a single, but it's not there for the taking. Yes, I noticed the fire brigade had a little display, and the police, and there was a wall to climb.
Yeah, there's all sorts going on out there, which is exciting for the kids. And I think we're well aware that 6 hours of championship cricket for a 7 or 8 year old might be a little bit much. So there's plenty to
yes, true.
Plenty of other things going on for them to have a look at. We'll see. Also can watch someone like James Anderson in action as well.
But of course, if they're like most of us were at that age, I know I was, anything's better than a day at school.
I think the teachers are in agreement as well.
Oh yes, even more so, of course.
Teachers are having fun as well.
They probably look upon it as a long weekend. That's just played out on the onside, no addition to the score. So this happens, once a year or more often than that?
It obviously hasn't happened for obvious reasons for a couple of years.
No.
I think we'd got to a point where we're having two. We had a primary schools day and then later in the summer a secondary schools day as well. So whether we can get that back up and running will be interesting now we're out of COVID.
As Anderson moves in again and bowls down the leg side. I think it's a leg by. We'll see what the umpire tells us, and he does indeed. Umpire O'Shaughnessy down at that end signals a leg by, and presumably this is all gratis, free on the club.
It's free for the schools to come, yeah. And it's what's really important for me, Richard, with it is, people like me. My first experience of cricket was because Dad brought me, and a lot of these kids won't have had that opportunity to come and watch cricket before. So
no, it's just played well defensively, but not totally assuredly by Lawrence, and it just drops at his feet. So Essex 300 for 7, so they have that second bonus point, and Snater is on 10. And Dan Lawrence on 112. Batsmen always want to get a lot of runs, but no doubt some parts of the press tomorrow will be saying something like, Snater reminds the selectors that, Lawrence reminds the selectors that he's still around despite not being selected for the England squad. But they always try and get as many runs as possible. It's their job of work. as Bailey moves in again, bowls, and Snater sort of walks into that shot, gets everything behind it, showing the full face of the bat, as they say. So apart from 1,500 children, it's difficult to tell in a big ground like this. I'm used to more often than not watching at Chelmsford, whereas the maximum capacity is something like 6,000, I think, if that. But I would have said the way they're spread around at that far end, it looks a pretty good crowd today, and I'm very glad they've got some cricket to watch, and no doubt they are as well. It is just, I mean, I say it every time I come here, and I don't say it because I come here, because I don't say it at any other grounds. But this really is one of my favourite grounds, and nearly every time I come, they're doing more and more to it. And now the building site over there, which obviously is all building sites, it's not a thing of beauty at the moment. You don't expect it to be, but what do they say? You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs or something. But it's the club are always investing in the future. Are they not just in sort of physical development, but the attraction of the children?
Yeah, and I think that the club have, for a long time now, have realised that the business model, cricket's an expensive sport and perhaps doesn't bring in the revenue that you need to sustain it, and obviously with the hotel and the conference and events side of the business, that's huge now, and the expansion of the hotel through, I think there's another 100 rooms going in, and as part of that new stand development they'll really complete the ground, so it's kind of the last phase of that development.
And Bailey moves in again. I don't think I described the previous one, which is a mortal sin, and it was a dot ball, but as is that's down the leg side. So yes, I mean, in big grounds like this, the other aspect apart from cricket is vital, isn't it, to the well-being or even existence of the club?
Yeah, it is, and international cricket clearly plays a big part, but there's a lot of days out of the 365 where cricket's not played here, and it's very important to us that the ground's utilised to its capacity when cricket's not here.
Yes. That's just worked away on the offside for a single. The cover point set very, very deep deliberately to accommodate the taking of a single. And I mean, I noticed when I left the ground here last night at I can't remember exactly what time it would have been, getting on for 7 o'clock probably, and have to walk all the way around now, 359 degrees to get back to the metro station. Obviously there are a lot of corporate events not just going on when matches are, but in the evenings there were loads of people looking very smart, all suited and booted and in smart dresses, the men and women respectively, that is, and that's just played defensively, so there's evening events going on as well.
Yeah, and that's, as I say, that's the model that the club want to have, that they can sustain their investment into cricket through other activities, and clearly given the location next to, as you say, next to the Metrolink and 5 minutes away from the city centre, we're in a good spot here. So there's always a lot going on, but cricket at the heart of it all, which is really important.
Well, yes. Now you say it's a good spot, which it clearly is. Now, is it to the club's advantage, or does it play against it, having a certain Manchester United less than a mile up the road?
I think it works in our favour, really. With Manchester's such a huge sporting city, sporting heritage.
Sorry, Anderson moves in and bowls, and that's nudge down to third man. There's no third man, so that's going to be 4 runs. Might not have been off the middle of the bat, but they all count, and that moves Essex on to 305 for 7. I hesitate because I wasn't sure if they'd put that 4 up, but then, as I commented yesterday, one of the many splendid things about this ground is that the scoreboard is. Yeah, it's almost in real time, and yes, there it is, 305. Yes, what were we saying? United.
Yeah, obviously the success of both Manchester clubs in the last few years has been a massive boost for the city, and the location helps. Clearly, having a hotel here where it is full whenever Manchester United or Manchester City are at home, that's a huge advantage to us.
And that's worked away on the onside. So when Manchester United are at home, do lots of people, obviously supporters of the visiting side, do they stay in the hotel here?
Yeah, and in fairness, we've actually had the hotel used by the away team quite a lot, where they will book out on block and stay. Quite a few of the visiting teams do that, but quite a lot of Manchester United fans as well who have travelled.
Yes, that's worked well on the onside, no addition to the score. Yes, because I understand that I'm not a great football fan, although I do know that Everton won last night and stay in the Premier Division, and congratulations to them. But I've lost where I was going to go on this. We'll come back to that, by which time my ageing memory might have remembered what I was going to say. As Anderson bowling from the far end, the end named after him, moves in now. But all that's worked away for 4 runs. I hesitated because I wasn't quite sure if the man at square leg had smothered it, but he hadn't, and it went away for 4 to the square leg boundary. An aggressive shot. Snater plays like that. He is an aggressive player, and so 4 runs as the ball crossed the boundary. And fielder appears to have lost it. It's gone behind the advertising hoardings, and possibly under the stand. There's one member of the public or ground staff. Oh, he's found it. Often lose the ball at Chelmsford, where there's residential property around it, but I can't imagine too many balls get lost here. Yeah, I don't know. It'll come back to me, that other thought.
Well, my football history is in reverse, because I'm a West Ham fan.
Oh, right.
So
oh, yes, I know where I was going on it now. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, well, yes, saying that has reminded me now, bearing in mind that West Ham's 200 miles away. Yes, that I understand a lot of Manchester United fans don't actually live anywhere near Old Trafford.
There is a popular myth, isn't there, that there's a lot. I think that's just the brand, isn't it? The size and scope of the following they have. But yeah, that certainly helps us with the.
Well, of course it does. Yes.
With fans coming either from abroad or from other parts of the country to come and visit. So, no, it is. It's a boost for us having a partner across the road like that.
Yeah. Snater scored another single there. I'm sorry, I'm getting so carried away talking to Bobby. I'm not doing the job for which I'm mainly ferried up here. And we'll come on to another subject, but I understand that one of your relatives plays for England.
Yeah, little sister Kate has just come back from a long winter with the Ashes and the Women's World Cup. So
that's just stabbed almost. I don't think in 25 years of commentary I've ever used the word stabbed to describe a shot, but that's how it was really, just stabbed out to deep extra cover for 3 runs, I think they went through for. So where does Katie fit into your family?
She's the youngest of the 3 of us.
Oh,
so
right.
I've got 2 younger sisters, and Kate's the youngest. So yeah, she's currently out in India with the women's IPL challenge. So she's clocking up some air miles this winter.
Yes. Was if you're the big brother, was she always keen on picking up a bat or throwing a ball or something?
She didn't really have much choice, because I always wanted to bat in the back garden, so I just made her bowl at me, so I take full responsibility for her career.
And that's worked away. Then again, Snater, rather, but not the best of throws, but fair amount of agility, just preventing it going for overthrows. Yes, Lawrence, who likes to attack the ball as well as Snater. They're 2 attacking batsmen here. He also came down the wicket and advanced on Bailey before pushing it through mid-on. So yeah, there's a bit of fight in this Essex tail. Yeah, the 7th wicket fell at 277, and short of a length. Bit too short really to threaten either the welfare or the wicket of the batsman, and just sway out of the way. And but it's always a useful reminder to the batsman that I can dig it in short and a bit quick. I noticed yesterday when young Luke Wood came on, not a particularly tall fella, but boy, he can zip it through, and one or two of those. Full toss. That was presumably an attempted slower ball, and it was certainly slower, but it didn't pitch until it hit the bat. We see those now and again, obviously, and it's understandable.
I think Tom Bailey picked up a wicket with almost the identical delivery in the last match. I'm sure when Scott's back on commentary he would remember who it was, but that slower ball in the Hampshire game. But
was it a full toss?
It hit the batsman full on the pad, trapped right in front.
Oh, I see. Well, yes, I mean, sometimes a full toss, there's something going on. Oh, I think somebody's injured himself. The physio is coming on.
Lawrence has done himself a mischief on the quick single, hasn't he?
Has he? And yet Chris Clark-Irons is usually the physio for Essex, and I certainly saw him yesterday, but that is definitely not Chris Clark-Irons. Chris Clark-Irons, for a start, is, almost Sean bald. The physio in attendance here, she has got long dark hair. Yes, this is a little bit concerning for Lawrence and for Essex, because he has been out for the last while or so with a hamstring injury. Difficult, even on the brilliant live stream that homing in now on the players involved, it's difficult to see what's going on. Lawrence is now walking towards the umpires and the Lancashire players. He's waving to the balcony for something. People are laughing and smiling. Can you work it out what's happening?
Well, I think it ended up being close to a run out. It was obviously hit wide of Anderson at mid-on, and it didn't look like Lawrence set off immediately, so whether he slipped and has hurt himself there or just set off late and tweaked something, but it does look like he's calling for a runner, which, Richard, you'll know the rules better than me these days. I know international cricket, I don't think you can have runners anymore.
You can't now, can you? No, because it was open to abuse, wasn't it?
I think you can still in the championship.
Oh, in the championship, yes, but certainly not in international, no.
But it does look like looks like a hamstring he's stretching to me from here. But
yes, in international cricket it was being somehow abused. I'm not quite sure how. Well, I suppose when do you need a runner? Yes, just because you're tired, or it's professional sportsmen and women. Looking at it again, and we're looking at the possible run out. It clearly wasn't a run out. Oh, and then yes, he does. Just as Lawrence gets to the crease, he feels the back of his right thigh, and that was obviously what happened there. It also looked as if he almost sort of stumbled over his own bat as he. I've done that when I played club cricket. In your anxiety to get back in the crease, you sort of dig the bat in the turf, and especially if it's a little bit damp, it sticks, and you almost tumble over it. So, but yeah, I'm sure that's what. I'm sure you're right, Bobby. Yes, he's called for a runner because he doesn't appear to be in too much distress, but maybe it's just making sure that it doesn't make it any worse. And yes, there's a sort of a bit of a hiatus at the moment with nothing very much happening. There's always something at this ground that's exciting. As I was saying yesterday, last year it looks as if Matt Critchley's coming out to run for Lawrence. Last year we had the excitement of a tie. The previous year, or maybe it was slightly before then, because the previous year would still have been COVID when there wasn't any behind closed doors, I think. Previous year we had a helicopter land on the outfield because somebody in the crowd was taken ill. Luckily he was okay. And I surmised yesterday as what might be the sort of extraordinary event. It's almost like sort of what happened next regularly at Old Trafford. What happened next? We've had the helicopter, we've had the tie. This year it was a call for a runner.
I always like to provide some excitement in them.
Well, I suppose this is all part of your responsibilities, isn't it, really? Yes, add to the day's enjoyment. I don't think you've added to, not you, I don't think it's added to the enjoyment of Dan Lawrence too much. Although I have to say, he doesn't appear to be in too much distress about it. In fact, at one stage he had quite a broad grin on his face.
I'd also imagine it's not added much to Matt Critchley's day, because
no.
He didn't have his best day yesterday, did he? And
no,
it always
didn't.
seems to be the way that you're then the one called upon to come and do some running for someone else. So.
Yes. The only person they could have picked that would be worse would have been, I don't know if you were here yesterday, would have been Adam Rossington, where very palpably, and I have no doubt about saying this, I get no pleasure in saying it, but very palpably, it was Lawrence who was responsible for Rossington being run out for 21 yesterday. And that would be really rubbing salt into the wound, wouldn't it, to run your partner out and then the following day saying, oh, can you come out and run for us?
I wouldn't imagine Sir Alistair was
no.
to put the pads back on either at
no.
the stage of his career, would he?
Well, he was last seen in the press box next door, so... But I think that was during the rain break. Right, we resume play, and the ball is played out to mid-on. Now this is always entertaining when there's a run-out. Entertaining to watch when there's a runner, yes, which can result in a run-out. Even more entertaining is when both batsmen have runners. So after all that, 316 for 7 is the most salient figure, with Snater on 21, Lawrence on 117, and Bailey bowling from the Brian Statham end, as he moves in now and bowls to Snater, who goes on the front foot and plays it uppishly, but just to the left of the man at short mid-wicket, and it comes down towards, but not over the boundary at long on, or no, wide long on, and they go through for 3 runs. And yeah, that was in the air, as I say, but it was probably not as close to the fielder as it might have given the impression initially. So that brings Lawrence down to the business end, who had been standing by the umpire at square leg. And Bailey moves in and bowls to him, plays it out to mid-on. Now, under these circumstances, I don't know whether Lawrence or the runner calls for a single. I ought to know. I played enough club cricket. I should imagine it's the runner, really, because it's he who's risking getting out.
Yeah, judging by the last one, it looked like Lawrence, as a striking batsman, called the run. I suppose it's difficult when you're stuck out at square leg to perceive where the ball's gone. So I think Lawrence is doing it when he's on strike, and
yeah, that's probably
back to normal when Snater's on strike.
And also, when you have got a runner, you sort of instinctively, if you've played out in sort of deep covers, you almost instinctively set off for a possible single, and then think, oh no, I've got the runner. And I believe the laws say that if either what you might call proper batsman or his run out, or his runner is run out, then that counts as a wicket. So they both have to be in the crease. We're getting into the real nitty-gritty now. We'll ask some of the 1,500 children here. I'm sure they know every law of cricket. But they're having a tremendous day. They're making a lot of noise.
They are, and there's encouragingly a lot of them watching the cricket, which is good. And as you say, watching Luke Wood about to come into the attack.
Yes, I say it did impress me yesterday. The only wicket he took was that of Simon Harmer, but from what I remember, and I'm sure Harmer remembers it, it was an absolute snorter that got him out first ball, caught behind off his gloves, as Wood moves in from the Jimmy Anderson end. And that's a good-looking shot, just sort of a dabbed shot down to third man. It was short of a length, and he just sort of played the ball at more or less shoulder height and guided it down to third man. Perfectly safe and effective shot, and brings Lawrence onto strike. 117 off 201 deliveries, including 12 fours. We haven't seen a 6 in this match so far. But then we hadn't seen too many in the one-day match last year, and then suddenly Harmer hit 3 consecutive 6s in the final over. That's just played down backward of square on the offside for a single. So, Bobby, may I ask you, how long have you been in this role?
I've been chairman of the foundation since December 2017, so
right.
A little while now.
Yes,
it's been
including through those dreadful couple of years of COVID.
As I said before, when you operate in an organisation where face-to-face contact with people is, at the heart of what you do, that was a real challenge for staff, and a challenge for cricket. Obviously, we talk here about the the county game and the international game, but obviously for recreational clubs to continue to keep the lights on and manage to get back to safely playing some cricket through that time. It's been tough for people.
Yes. As Wood moves in, left arm over the wicket, fair-haired young man outside the off stump, and Snater tries to play what at best can be described as an unorthodox shot, in as much as he played it while kneeling, and I could see what he was trying to do, trying to guide it again through this very big gap down towards third man. And by being chairman, you have to be chairman of something. Presumably you have a committee of how many people?
Yeah, there's currently 9 of us on our board, and topically about to become a couple more. We've got some new directors who will come on in the next couple of months as we seek to try and ensure that we're sort of fully representative of the game in the county.
So these representatives, that's played down to mid-on, come from all sorts of spheres of activity.
Yeah, and some from a cricket background, but also some who were identified for sort of particular skills they could bring to the board and help check and challenge what we do. So we do have some former players. John Abrahams, who's here today, former Lancashire captain, who sits on our board, who brings a great deal of knowledge of not only having played a lot of club cricket, but his coaching background and obviously background in the professional game as well. So it's good to see John today.
As Wood moves in and bowls, and that's just played in front of square for a single by Lawrence, who moves on to 119. And I have a great interest in club cricket, having played it for more decades than I'd care to admit, and probably the best years of my life. Had tremendous fun. You always think of Lancashire League. I mean, is club cricket in Lancashire as strong as ever?
Oh, it's strong. It's had its challenges. It's certainly different now to some of the days you might be thinking of.
Oh, well, yes.
I mean, I'm sure that's...
That was played on one foot. I think I'd just love to see that on the replay, and I'm sure Katie and Colin and the boys will. I was saying here we go, thank you. I was saying we hadn't seen a 6 all day. I'm sure they were going to show it anyway. I don't take any credit for that, really. But, we hadn't seen a 6 all day, and there it is, swung round the corner. Splendid shot. Unorthodox, but very, very effective.
You brought that about very nicely.
I did, didn't I? Yes, I must say it again soon.
Can you start mentioning that we haven't seen a wicket?
We haven't seen a ball driven down the ground for 6 yet. Where were we? Club cricket in Lancashire, yes.
Yes, look, I mean, going back to the real glory days when people were bringing over, some of the best players in the world to play league cricket. That just isn't feasible anymore with the scope and timeline of cricket around the world now. So that's very different.
Yeah. Next delivery played out quietly into the covers. It's still Tom Bailey bowling, and as I say, one particularly, dyed-in-the-wool Southerners like me think of club cricket in Lancashire as sort of the hard nitty-gritty top-level Lancashire leagues. which is sort of one level below a professional game, but there's plenty of more recreational cricket than that going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of cricket, and encouragingly, there's several players out there today playing for Lancashire who started in that system and
yes.
were in it not too long ago, which is really positive for the county.
Yeah, of course it is, and that's worked away on the onside. I've spoken to quite a few people in various parts of the country because I am so interested in club cricket, and I know it applies in Essex. And I was talking to one of the coaches at Millfield when we were down at Somerset, and they were agreeing that COVID has taken its toll on amateur sport, in as much as for 2 years they got out of the habit, in the case of cricket, of not only playing at the weekends but going to nets during the week. And having got out of that habit for 2 years, that's just worked well on the onside, no addition to the score. A lot of them haven't sort of rekindled that hobby.
Yeah, and especially with younger people, I think that's fair, isn't it? It doesn't take a great deal to get out of the habit of doing something, and cricket is so time demanding.
It is
on people's lives these days. But what we did see, I think it's fair, and I think a lot of sports saw a very quick bounce back from people who were so frustrated from having been stuck at home and not being able to get out, that once they could play again, they were keen to get back. And I think now is probably the test as to whether they remain in the game. And
yes, it's good to hear. It's played out in the offside, no addition to the score of 330 for 7. So that 6 also brought up the 50 partnership. The partnership has now added 30 plus 23, 53, yes.
An important morning, you think, for Essex, hasn't it?
It has.
Would have come here this morning hoping to pick up those final 3 wickets quickly and move the game forward, and it's been an important spell this for these two.
It certainly is, yes. And that's played down with a flourish down towards third man. Oh, and I didn't give it enough of a build-up for that. I thought it was going straight to the man at third man, but it went well to his left. It went finer than that for 4 runs. So Slater continuing his good form of the season. He moves on to... Oh, they've just taken it off the board now, but we'll be back there very soon. Slater's moved on to 36. Lawrence 120. Essex 334 for 7 as Bailey moves in right arm over the wicket, bowls to him, and that's punched to mid-on, no addition to score. But you've played this game yourself?
Yeah, I'm still playing.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Well, although the scorecards might not reflect that, but, so far this season, yeah, I still play at my club, which is Haywood, which is where me and Kate grew up and played all our cricket. So, yeah, I think I'm in my 26th season in the first team now, which is slightly concerning, but still enjoying it, still enjoying turning out, getting tougher and tougher each year, but yeah, still good fun, and I'm sure, like you, Richard, the cricket's great, but the social sort of side of being around the cricket club as well in the summer months is really good as well. And again, after COVID was probably one of the things that people were longing for, to get back into that social interaction with people. So
yes, very much, yes.
And cricket clubs lend themselves well to that, don't they? Big open spaces, and we could get back there safely. It was
yeah, people do. It's played out in the covers as slight misfield, but not enough to accommodate the taking of a single. Yes, I mean, people do need to interact with others, don't they? What might seem to be an unrelated topic, I caught a bit on, I think it was Breakfast Television yesterday, about the longer-term effects of working from home. And although lots of companies have found that their companies exist just as happily with people working at home, the employees themselves, they miss sort of meeting their mates. It's a social place, the same as playing cricket or rugby or football or anything else. And that is a rather tame dismissal for Dan Lawrence. I'm trying to work out what he did. I think he got to the ball too soon, because he just spooned it up to short mid-wicket. And he's out, punches the bat in frustration at his own dismissal. 334 for 8. Lawrence out for 120. And Essex 334 for 8. Yes, we'll see it again. Well, yeah, I mean, as is his style of play, and that of a lot of professional cricketers, trying to work the ball away onto the leg, which he did, but just didn't keep it on the deck, and it was a very simple catch. So, well, that was the scalp you're looking for.
Yeah, and it'd be pleasing for Lancashire. You wonder how much his that little injury might have played in that.
Yes.
He did look in the last few overs like he was batting slightly differently. Although when you're on 120, that sometimes is the way anyway, doesn't it? So
I wouldn't know. Caught by Jimmy Anderson, it was. Yeah.
That'll be a big wicket for Lancashire, who'll be hoping that they can get the next two quite quickly, and then, as we say, see where the game moves forward from there.
Yes, because today, weather-wise, is the worst. I think the weekend is going to improve quite a bit, but not to the extent it was yesterday. So what I'm trying to get at in my typically long-winded way is that we may see other interruptions in the next 2.5 days. So yes, Lancashire want to push this game on and to get out there scoring some runs. So it's 5-2. Lunch is still at 5-1 rather. Lunch is still at 1, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I'm glad you pointed out that Scott's still here. I was just beginning to get anxious of what I'm going to do if my 1 o'clock update for BBC Essex is slightly before 1. They call me. Let's just play defensively. Sam Cook has come to the crease. Right-handed batsman, mainly known as an extremely useful slow bowler, but well, as with all tail-enders, yeah, useful man to have in. And to follow him, Jamie Porter. So now Essex will be, well, the 110 overs in which bonus points are available is only 3.5 overs away. So to get to 350 would be, that's a ballooning bouncer, the sort that is harmless in more ways than one. And Cook has no trouble in just ignoring it, really. Didn't even have to duck out of the way.
I think the point you made earlier is fair, isn't it, Richard? There's no such thing these days as genuine tail-enders.
No.
All the way down to 11. The lads work so hard on the batting these days that it's no longer a case that teams just tend to fold. No,
I mean, that has, to my mind, that's come about. That's played very pleasantly down to deep backward square point. That's come about from one-day cricket in its various versions, where often it's the bowlers who are called upon to hit the winning runs. So Cook's off the mark. Yeah, Cook, known as, for a long time, when there was only Sir Alistair in the side, he had the nickname Chef. And then Sam Cook came along as well, so he had to change his nickname. So they're now Big Chef and Little Chef, which is not a reflection of their size, but yeah. So this one is Little Chef, and I'm not product placing when I say he's known as Little Chef.
No.
Well, I don't know if they still exist, do they?
Other roadside restaurants are available.
Other roadside restaurants are available, yes.
Will it affect how Snater bats, do you think, now with 10 and 11 coming in? He has been positive anyway.
Yes, he has. I think he'll probably, he'll be eyeing that possibility of getting 350, I should think. Well, yes, that's an indication. Maybe as he hits it for 4 through mid-wicket. It was short of a length, and he picked it up very quickly and hit it out to, let's just looking again on the big screen. When he hits it, he doesn't hold back. Gosh, he gives it a thump. And there's nothing too technical about it, or refined, even the word. But yes, it's certainly gets to the boundary very quickly indeed. So the batsmen have a bit of a conflab about something. And I think I'll make way now, because the BBC Essex are bound to phone me any minute, so I'll make way for Scott.
It's only when you plug those headphones in you realise how loud it is outside.
It is. They're still making plenty of noise, the youngsters out there. I've just seen the first wicket, and I think, are we having a mascot race?
We are having a mascot. This is very exciting. We're having a mascot race during the course of the lunch interval.
You can certainly see Lanky down there.
Well, he'll never win. He never does.
No, he's somewhat hampered by the size of those shoes and the suit, I think.
But you see, I've often thought with Lanky that the size of the shoe and the effect that might have should be balanced out by the enormous long neck, because you can get across the finishing line.
Yes, there certainly should be a good finish, shouldn't there? I don't know who else is in. I can see, I think in the last couple of years there's been a police mascot, I think, down there.
Excellent.
The All-Stars star is...
Oh yeah, I can see the stars. Yeah.
Certainly generating some enthusiasm from the crowd.
Is there a shark down there as well? What's that? What's that thing?
It's like the Sails Shark. I think the Sails Shark Foundation may well be here doing some rugby out of the back. So yeah,
excellent. We could. It's a smiley shark. Right, the final ball of the final over of the morning session. Hassan Ali in a bowling to Cook, and that's left and through to the keeper. And there is no run. 3-3-9 for 8. This has actually turned out to be quite a good morning, this, hasn't it, for Essex? Because it's been it's been interrupted by an hour because of the rain. But then either side of that, I know they've just lost their first wicket, but pushers go up to 340. They'd be pretty happy with this.
I would think so, and probably in reverse everything that Lancashire probably didn't want, isn't it? They would have been talking about that first half hour and trying to knock over those 3 wickets, and but no, the Essex have played well.
It'll flick away off the hip down towards long leg for a single for Cook. He moves on to 2, so 340 for 8 with 4 balls left of the morning session. Now, I suspect a frustrating one for the Lancashire captain, Dane Velas. The wicket of Dan Lawrence out eventually for 120, but the only 1-2 have fallen. I think he probably would have been thinking we might even be batting at some stage before lunch, but I'm going to have to come back after lunch, Lancashire, and still take 2 more wickets. Hassan in and bowls. That's deflected, I think, off the thigh pad of Snater. It has. It's down towards Parkinson, who comes up from the final leg boundary, and he remains on 40, but the score moves on by the addition of 1 run. 341 for 8. Brings Cook back on strike.
The state of the pitch will encourage Lancashire, I would think. Scotland, it's continued to look a good pitch, as they usually are here at Emirates Old Trafford. So I'm sure the Lancashire boys, when they get their chance, will be looking forward to getting in on that.
Hassan over the wicket bowling. It's a wide ball. In fact, it was so wide, it had umpire Peter Hartley kind of just leaning to his right, going, "No, you're flirting with that little line there, Hassan." That wasn't too far away from being signalled a wide.
Just Peter had one eye on his lunch there and just getting off a little bit quicker.
I tell you, he had a couple of peculiar-looking grumpy faces yesterday to Matt Parkinson, to Peter Hartley. One appeal in particular from Parkinson, it was a frown from the umpire. It looked quite scary. Hassan balls again, full, but wide of off stump and left once more and through to the keeper. And there is no run.
He used to have that expression on his face when he was bowling, I think, from memory, Peter, and often looking quite disgruntled with decisions going against him. So maybe it's payback time.
Right, final ball of the morning session on its way before the school kids will cheer the arrival of the mascots for a mascot race during the interval. Hassan bowls, again it's wide, again it's left, and again it's through to the keeper, and that is lunch on the second day. So 341 for 8, 108 overs gone, Snater on 40 and Cook on 2. For listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra, I'm going to hand you to Kevin Howes. For those on the BBC Sport website and app, we'll be back with you shortly, and for those watching on Lancs TV, your next instalment will be the mascot race. So this is the big one, really. This is the big event of the day. If anything, this is going to perhaps be the biggest trophy that is won this season across any sport anywhere in the world, really. This is the mascot race for, well, the benefit of the kids who are inside the ground. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mascots. I'm not on my own. Thankfully, Dick Davis is going to join me for this.
I'm going to be no help whatever.
Excellent.
What's different, they said.
We've got Lanky the giraffe. We've got the Red Devils, which could be the Salford Red Devils, I think. The All Stars cricket. The Sale Sharks, and I think a police officer. Bobby the Bobby. And there's a starting flag. Are we ready? Oh my word! What do you reckon? Who's your money on, Dick?
Oh, the star. Oh no, I've immediately got it wrong. As I said, the star, and he's going to come last.
Oh, it's the Red Devil. Oh, it's absolutely right.
I think he jumped the tape. I think it was a false start.
We may need to just have a steward's inquiry about that.
I think definitely an inquiry is called for there, yes.
Yes, I suspect an extra coffee in particular, because he was quite quick there across the ground.
Yes.
I think he's maybe a bit of caffeine help.
Call for a drugs test immediately, I think.
Already claiming.
Yes.
The reward. The inflatable trophy saluted in front of the kids for the Salford Red Devil, and Lanky's not happy.
I don't blame him. On his home course, if he can't win on his home course, I suspect foul play, definitely.
Yeah, that was pretty disappointing, really, for Lanky. I hope that was something that. Look at the almost the arrogance of it,
triumphalism, really. Gone mad.
Absolutely is. You win one thing and you're the best thing in the world.
Gosh, and that trophy must be worth millions.
At least the kids enjoyed it, and everybody wants a bit of. The true winner in all this is Lanky.
I think so, undoubtedly.
Lanky's the only mascot there that the kids are interested in.
He's accepting the plaudits, indeed asking for more.
And richly deserved.
Ooh.
Oh no, that's it. Look at that. It. Give it the full thumbs down to the winner. The true winner was Lanky, but it appears that I think it's the Salford Red Devils.
Is it Diablo he has written on his shirt? That's one of those old games that you play with a bit of string and a couple of cones on it. I think that's a dark Diablo, isn't it?
Well done to Diablo.
Yeah.
But our thoughts are with Lanky. The true winner. There we are. Well done. You were a great. Yes. I understand your feelings, Lanky.
Oh dear.
Storming off for some lunch, which I think is the wise thing for us all to do.
I think it's the wisest possible move, yes.
Yes. I hope you enjoyed coverage of the mascot derby.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile. Make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club,
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club,
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
So here we go then, Luke Wood to open up for Lancashire after lunch from the Jimmy Anderson end. I hope you enjoyed your lunchtime entertainment, which with either listening on the BBC Sport website and app to the background noise of the mascot race, or perhaps it was watching Lancs TV and witnessing the mascot race. It was very, very exciting. And I feel a little bit sorry for Lanky. I felt there's something untoward happened in the middle of that mascot race. And no wonder he looks so upset with how things have progressed. Here we go, Wood in and bowls to Snater, who drives up towards Bailey at mid-off. And there is no run. Right, so Essex, the 341 for 8. And Snater's on 40. And Cook is on 2. It's a good knock, this. 40 from 40, 6 deliveries, 5 fours and a 6. And this is these are handy runs, and this will be deeply frustrating for Lancashire, who would have expected to be batting, I would think, by now. Wood left arm over bowls, and again Snater in behind and defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. Just so the 1 wicket in a interrupted morning session. We lost an hour of play, didn't we? Went off about 20 past 11, I think. Certainly restarted at 20 past 12. It was in the region of about, excuse me, about an hour's play. And it also meant that we had a slight alteration with the timings and the overs and such like. And there's Wood fires one in. That's a good-looking Yorker swinging in towards Snater, who brings his bat down and keeps the ball out. Just the dismissal of Dan Lawrence. That was the only wicket to fall, which was off the bowling of Luke Wood. A little chip out towards, excuse me, chip out towards mid-wicket where Anderson took the catch. That was the only wicket to fall in the morning session. So 341 for 8. And Wood is back in again. Oh, that's clobbered back over the bowler's head. And Cook at the non-striker's end having to duck out the way of that as well. That was heaved away off the bat of Snater, but picked up at mid-off, and there is no addition to the score. 341 for 8. Snater on 40 and Cook on 2. We'll have me and Dick to get things off. And
we apologise for being late, sir. It was the lunch. It was just
that's okay.
Too good.
All right. I'll see you both at the end of class, if that's okay.
Yep.
Wood comes in and bowls, and that's worked away down towards Hassan. It's a fine leg for a single. 340 at 2 for 8. Have you got a 2 o'clock bit of on air? Have you got a 2 o'clock update to do?
No, nothing till 4 o'clock.
Oh right, okay, right.
You can still get rid of me at 2 though.
I'll get rid of you at 2 though.
Yeah, right.
I'll turf you off at 2.
We've known each other long enough. You don't need an excuse.
Well, I'm just unplug you anyway.
Well, exactly.
Switch you off. That's enough. 1 ball left of the over. Of course, what we've got to acknowledge here as well is that Essex are inching towards another batting bonus point.
They are indeed.
Which looked
2 overs to get 8 runs. No, 7 deliveries. Sorry.
In comes Wood, bowls 2 Cook. We can inside edge that, and it didn't ricochet back onto his stumps, just as Wood thought it may have done, and perhaps Cook feared it was going to do, but it neither happened. It was the end of the over. So now they've got 6 deliveries to try and get themselves 8 runs to secure a batting bonus point, an additional batting bonus point.
Yes, and Snater will be facing the music, so it's far from impossible.
He's got,
particularly since don't know if you remember, but last time I was here, an Essex player hit 3 consecutive 6s.
Yes, I do seem to recall that moment.
Mind you, he was out first ball yesterday.
Wasn't that an extraordinary finish to the one-day game last year?
It was. Not least to it was that, and it's Hassan bowling, and it's gone down for a single down to fine leg. Not least was the fact that, from what I remember, Essex were through, and if Lancashire won, they were through, and if they lost, they weren't through. We hadn't seemed to entertain the thought of what if it's a tie. I can remember there were about 5 minutes when we thought, you know, what's going on? Are Lancashire through or not? Are they through or not? And sadly, they were not.
No, we were frantically trying to work out whether or not what defeat would see Lancashire progress. What style of defeat?
Yes. And outside the off stump, and Cook tries to play it out square on the offside, failed to make contact. So 4 deliveries. This is a sort of match within a match. 4 deliveries to get 7 runs, and Snater's not on strike. So a single, a 4 and a 2 will do. Well, there's the single. God. If this proves to be right, I should buy a lottery ticket tonight.
You better had to, yeah. You've missed that massive Euro Millions win. That's already been snaffled up by somebody.
Yeah. So 344 for 8. Snater not out 42, Cook not out 3, as that was pushed into mid-on area. Hassan Ali bowling from this Brian Statham end. Runs away towards Snater now. All way outside the off stump, but legitimately so according to the umpire. Don't think Snater's convinced, but it's fair enough. 2 batsmen come down to, well, I thought they were going to have a little bit of a pow, but I couldn't have thought what for. The the tactics are pretty obvious at the moment. Deep set field, as you'd imagine. 5, if not, 5 men either on or very near the boundary. And it's Hassan Ali. Oh, not as many as 5 now. One of those. Oh no, it's just a change of personnel. Slip cordon is strengthened as Hassan Ali moves in. Bowls to Cook down the leg side. 4 runs. Whether it's buys, leg buys, or runs, I don't know. But from Essex point of view, they don't really mind. It's leg buys. 4 leg buys.
The tension.
There is the tension. 1 delivery. They need 2 runs. You wouldn't bet against a run out now, would you? And so, or a controversial no ball, something like that. Snater 42, Cook 3, Essex 348 for 8 after 109.5 overs. Hassan Ali bowling. Realistically, come the end of the season, it's very unlikely that 1 point will make all that difference.
Never know.
But you never know, exactly. Who would have thought a year ago that 1 run would have made a difference in a limited over? Anyway, they don't get that point because that's played back to the bowler. And well bowled, Hassan Ali. Essex are 348 for 8 with he on 3, with Cook on 3 and Snater 42.
It comes down to just a point or 2 at the end of September. Oof.
Yeah, remember that day at Old Trafford?
Yeah. And we thought, you know what, it doesn't really matter if we get those runs.
And the children witnessed possible history. They didn't realise it at the time.
I'm very grateful, Dick, that you joined us for the mascot race for commentary.
Oh, well.
Oh, it's very good of you.
Least I could do.
Very good of you.
There's a man, I was relating this, I won't go into all the details, but there's a man who's suddenly been thrust into commentating on sheepdog trialling, then it came as second nature to me.
2 slips awaiting, Cook's on strike. Here comes Luke Wood around the wicket to Cook, and that's squeezed down towards deep third for a single where Croft emerges from below the gantry of the TV gantry. And the score moves on to 349 for 8. With Cook now up to 4. This is turning into a very decent looking first innings score, this, for Essex. When
2 right it is.
Like I should have had aspirations of batting, I would think by now. Hop back into the crease, and Snater just drops it away into the offside for a single.
Yes, I mean, I know it's a cliche thing to say it, but you know, it's always frustrating for a fielding side when you appear to have done the hard work and then the tail wags. But it's not unusual, as Tom Jones once said. It's not unusual nowadays because there aren't too many genuine all-rounders, genuine genuine rabbits at the bottom of the order. I got there at the third attempt.
I knew which way you were heading.
Yes, thank you.
I knew the road you were taking.
Yes.
Croft comes up from the third man boundary to a gully region, so 2 slips in a gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, square leg, long leg. Here's Wood to Cook. That's just dropped out into the offside. It's picked up by Stephen Croft. And there is no run. Certainly giving bowlers something to work with here, and the ideal situation again for Essex is that now the first innings total is 350 and with still more to add. Conditions look great for bowling too.
They do, don't they? Yes.
They've got a pretty impressive bowling attack, Essex. What can Harmer get out this pitch? I look forward to watching him have a ball on it at some stage. There's Wood to Cook again. Played away safely out into the offside where Jimmy Anderson fields, and there's no run.
Yes, well, generally speaking, this season bowling has been Essex's stronger suit considerably. But you know, this performance of 350 for 8 rather belies that. But no, with the likes of Porter, Cook, Snater, as you say, not to mention Simon Harmer.
Here is Wood again, left arm around, balls to Cook, and that's flicked away through the onside for 4 runs. Beats Bohannon at mid-wicket. Kick of the ground in frustration from Wood, but it's a good-looking shot, flicked off the pads. Lovely follow-through as well. That's flash of the blade from Cook. Timed it beautifully. He moves to 8. 354 for 8.
Yes, he did. It was a shot worthy of any batsman far higher up the order than number 10.
Final ball of the over for Luke Wood. And so Cook waits, bowls him a bouncer, which he ducks underneath and taken by the keeper Phil Salt. And that concludes the over. 111 overs gone of the Essex first innings total. 354 for 8. Snater on 43 and Cook unbeaten on 8.
Yep, so Essex had a... Well, I was going to say they've had a relatively good day. It depends to a large extent on the nature of the injury to Dan Lawrence. He was nursing a hamstring injury. This was his first game back, having missed 2 probably, possibly 3, but certainly 2. And then, for people who weren't listening or watching this morning, he did have to have a runner for the last part of his innings. Short of a length outside the leg stump, attempted to pull it round the corner, fails to make contact, goes through to the wicketkeeper, who fields it agilely. And there is a man down at... well, there's a fine leg and a long leg, so yes. But Snater, I can't say from what I know of him, I've only spoken to him a handful of times, but from what the way I've seen him bat, that won't bother him in the least. He'll just look to go over the top of them. And that's short of a length again. And rather feeding him as if wanting him to get out that way, which is a legitimate tactic, but he keeps that down and just plays it out for a single down to deepish set square leg. Brings Cook down to the business end. I don't think I've described the field placings today. 2 slips, third man, a backward point and mid-off. As that's played defensively off the back foot. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the off. Yeah, and a mid on, a shortish mid wicket, and a deep backward square and a long leg. So yeah, split field, 5-4. And a still dry day, but overcast. We're not going to see the sunshine today, I don't think. Short for lengths, and Cook ducks underneath it, goes through to the wicketkeeper. And there was threatened for the afternoon some thundery showers. No imminent sign of them. Hopefully what we had this morning was just everything that was threatened a couple of hours early, so maybe that's it for the day. Let's hope so. Theoretically there's another 72 and a bit overs left of the day. That's just played defensively, trickled out backwards square on the offside. No addition to the score of 355 for 8, Snater 44, Cook 8. Cook Samuel, that is. Children still enjoying themselves. You can hear them. Oh no, they're just beginning to go.
Is it home time?
2 o'clock on a Friday? Oh. And that's played out in the offside as well. Well, they've had I mean, the attention span is understandably, most of them were, we've just said children, that covers people of almost any age. Some of us never do grow up. But, these are, I don't know, late junior school, 10, 11, something like that, 9, 10, 11. So, yeah, to expect them to watch cricket for 6 hours is, impossible. When I first went to cricket as a very young lad, my dad took me, half the attraction was not actually watching the play, but collecting autographs. And I've got a book of autographs of the, what would it be, about the 1820s, and yes, it's crammed with some very big names.
Here's Wood bobbing to Snater up onto his toes to defend away into the offside for no run.
And there were always visiting sides always had a good reputation or a bad reputation, and as to whether, oh yes, they all sign or they don't. I remember the best in those days were Glamorgan, all the Glamorgan people. But, oh yes, they'd not only stop and sign, but they'd stop and have a chat as well. So others were more distant. I can't remember where Lancashire fitted into this, but I don't think Essex played Lancashire too often in those days. Well, they must have done.
Wood to Snater, worked away towards mid-wicket, but for no run.
Yeah, of course they did, because it was all one division.
Well, I'm sure you've got some lovely autographs from Lancashire players.
I must have, but I can't remember who they'd be. Washbrook.
Statham, yeah. 355 for 8. As Wood is back in. Oh, flashed away through the onside.
But straight to player.
Straight to mid-wicket where Jennings fields. Bit of Caribbean flair to that shot.
Actually, just briefly going back to this autograph business. One of the counties who were the most difficult and shy or standoffish or aloof, call them what you like, were Essex, actually. I have to admit. In fact, there were a couple, certainly no names, no pack drill, who were
not keen.
Not keen at all.
Wood to Snater, flicked away off the hip behind square on the leg side, and he gets one run for it. Moves on to 45. Score moves on to 356 for 8. Maybe just caught them on a bad day.
Yeah, but in that case they had an awful lot of bad days.
Oh dear. I just don't think you could do that now, could you? Because everyone's got a camera with a phone on it.
Yes.
So if you were to be a bit rude, or I'm not going to sign that, or not even just give a few seconds to a fan or a young supporter, I don't think it would be advisable to do that now.
No.
Wood to Cook, has worked off the hip, and it loops away towards backward square leg where Bohannon fields and gets through for a single, moves on to 9, 3, 5, 7 for 8.
I remember once one of my many interviews I had with Graham Gooch in his heyday, and I was actually in the middle of interviewing him, and some child came up with his autograph book and said, "Will you sign my book, Mr. Gooch?" Come back to that.
Yeah, here's Wood into Snater and swatted up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 3, 5, 7 for 8 with Snater on 45 and Cook on 9.
And I ventured to suggest something like, that's a bit of a nuisance, isn't it? And he gave me, Graham Gooch could be quite intimidating. I mean, I actually interviewed him again only a couple of weeks ago. He's a lovely fella. But in those days, he either he was more intimidating or I was more more easily intimidated. But he gave me a bit of a look and he said, "No, not at all." He said, "It's when they stop asking that it matters."
That's when you start to worry. Yeah.
Yes. Stuart still gets besieged. He has to get to the ground now at about 8:30 in the morning. No, get out of the way. And slight hold up now for Helmet coming on.
Yeah, it's going to see a bit of Parkinson, aren't we?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like it's the conditions that the leg spinner would thrive in, but you never know.
No, you never know. And it's different, isn't it? You were meant to kick me out at 2 o'clock.
Well,
Shall I do this over?
Do this over, and then off you pop.
That's a comment I don't take lightly at my age. That's just short of the lengths played out on the offside, no addition to the score of 357 for 8 with Snater on 45, Cook on 9. The main feature of the day was being Dan Lawrence rather. An appeal for a caught behind, born rather of optimism rather than reality, I'd have thought, and so he doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire. Yeah, Dan Lawrence went on to make 120, but also tweaked his hamstring again. Clearly not too badly because he stayed on, albeit with a runner, but didn't come off the pitch. And played out to mid-off, fielded by Bailey. No further addition to the score. There obviously still are some children here. I can hear the noise in the headphones. That's just played defensively on the offside. Yes, there are, but not as many as there were. Maybe their coach hasn't arrived. I was interested to hear Bobby this morning saying they'd come from not just from the Manchester area, but some considerable distance. Nice day out for them. It's worked away on the offside. 1 run accrues. Days out from school and a coach trip were to be cherished, whatever the reason, wasn't it, really? And you prepared weeks in advance, and got drilled into you how to behave and what would happen if you didn't behave. And you're representing the school, you're all little ambassadors for the school, you'll be wearing your badge. Just make sure you behave yourselves. I don't like to use the word slog, so I won't, but it's a slog sweep, I think, is a recognised term nowadays for 4 runs out to wide, long on, or whatever euphemism we like to give for that position. Takes the score to 362 for 8. I shall make way for Stuart Law to join Scott.
Thanks, Dick. Let's have a little look elsewhere in the scores across the LV County Championship. We had lots of delays this morning. including here, and in various games across Divisions 1 and 2. But aside from Middlesex, everyone's playing. So in the First Division, Kent are still batting at 293 for 2 with Ben Compton. He's had some season. Ben Compton, opening batter for Kent. I think I read last night this is his 4th century as an opening batter for Kent this season. 132 not out from 276 balls and 15 fours. Of the 2 centuries he's got this season for Kent, 2 came against Lancashire as Wood is in and ball. Is that edge? No, missing the bat of Cook, who just kind of offered the bat. Little extra bounce and through to the keeper. There's no run, but Ben Compton has had an excellent start to the summer.
He has.
A late developer.
First to 4 centuries this summer and edging closer to the first to 1,000 this season as well. So it's been a better start to the summer weather-wise, hasn't it? For many a year. I can't remember, so many big scores, and maybe the talk of the pitches. The curators have gone to work a bit more and produced batting wickets.
Wood left arm around, balls to Cook. That's played up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Well, he's cashed in, certainly. Crawley's 62. Paul Allett with us yesterday saying probably Crawley's thinking on what looks like a belting pitch to bat on. 62 might not quite be enough.
Yeah, a player like Zach Crawley, he's got immense talent. And during that series against Pakistan recently, where he got 275 at the Rose Bowl, he just looked a class above. But his first-class cricket, he just needs to have that hunger to go bigger.
Wood for Lancashire balls to Cook, and that's eased away off the hip through square leg, and Bohannon will catch up to it. Puts the slide in there, scoops the ball up and get through for 1 run. 363 for 8. Daniel Bell Drummond making 83 in that game. So Kent still batting at 294 for 2 against Northamptonshire. Somerset were all out for 211 in their first innings. They're playing Hampshire. The usual suspects for the wickets there for Hampshire. Abbas, Abbott.
Shocked me.
Yes. Well, actually, Barker was wicketless. That might be a
first time, I think.
A first time, yeah. Wood to Snater. That's defended into the offside for no run. 2 for Abbas, 2 for Holland, 3 for Abbott, 2 for Fuller, 1 for Dawson. Somerset 211 all out, and Hampshire in reply of 51 for 1 in Taunton. And Yorkshire are 92 for 2 with Joe Root unbeaten on 8 and Adam Lyth on 29 from 125 balls faced.
It's very much unlike Adam Lyth, isn't he? Normally likes to get on with it, but obviously the conditions up there are conducive to good bowling, and Joe Root's in good form. Good to see him get some runs as well.
This is Wood in to Snater, but down the leg side and taken by Salt. They're asking if there's a bit of bat on that, but umpire Shaughnessy just slapping his thigh to suggest the ball just deflected somewhere off near the trouser pocket area. So not out. So yeah, 97 for 2 Yorkshire in reply to a Warwickshire score of 244 in the game in Leeds. Middlesex Durham nothing because of rain. Inspection again at about now 10 past 2 with Durham on 256 for 5. And the 2 other games in Division 2 are Nottinghamshire against Derbyshire and Worcestershire against Leicestershire. As Wood, for the final time in this over, he's into Snater. That's played away from his body and just steered away backward of point where Jimmy Anderson fields, and there's no run. 3 for 8. So Notts, who look like a pretty good team again, are 163 for 3 in reply to Derbyshire's 260 all out. So still 97 behind, 7 wickets remaining, but Ben Duckett 57 not out for Notts. And Worcestershire are 218 for 2. And Jack Haynes in the runs again, 78 not out. 218 for 2 Worcestershire in reply to Leicestershire's 148 all out. Here's Parkinson bowling. Has that come off an edge? It's a big swing from the bat of Cook. And, there we go. We see that frown again. No, not out, Son. You're not having that.
He's thrown that wide. Matt Parkinson out into the, well, looks like there's a bit of rough, bit of footholdage out there from the bowlers. It spun straight to first slip, but bat hit the ground.
Again, he throws it out wide and left alone, taken by Salt. He then lobs it back down the ground towards the bowler.
Over Parky's head and hit Pete Hartley in the chest.
Well, if he was a bit frowny and grumpy looking before, that's not going to improve it.
Definitely not out now.
Yes. Parkinson to Cook. That's driven away into the onside, but there's no run. Where Velas fields. 1 for 73, Matt Parkinson. Steered out towards backward point by Cook. There's a scrambling stop by Luke Wood on his hands and knees to get to it. And the ball will work its way back round towards Lancashire's leg spinner. Parkinson from the Brian Statham end. Balls again just eased away down to backward point where Wood once more fields, and there is no run, and Parkinson turns and almost has his head bowed down a little bit. The wind is a little strong and you can see it blowing into the side of his shirt as he comes back in and balls to Cook. He goes back and defends safely enough, and there's no run, and we've had 40 minutes or so since lunch and a pretty chanceless start to the afternoon session, and Essex continued to build what looks like to be a very good first innings total at 363 for 8.
Yeah, it's a good move from Dane Villas too to bring Parkinson on. It's an opportunity for the batsman to, try and get on with the scoring. I think with the rain around, the weather around, for the game to move forward, something's got to happen. The batters have got, Shane Snader's playing well. The batters have got the initiative. They've got to take the initiative against the bowling. Let's try and get some runs scored, get up to close to 400. I think usually if you get 350 in the first innings, it's very difficult to lose a game from there. You have to play pretty poorly to do so. But hopefully it just sets up a game of cricket.
Wood bowls and Snater just dabs the ball away into the offside, and there is no run.
See, this will be interesting when Brendan McCullum takes over from, as the head coach, and Ben Stokes is the captain. Now, we saw Ben Stokes play last week for Durham, or 2 weeks ago, we went ballistic. 17 sixes against Worcester. I reckon in a situation like this, Brendan McCullum will be sitting back going, get on with it. Just start playing some shots. Put the pressure back on the bowlers. Pick your spot and commit to it to get the game moving forward. And I think that's where English cricket just needs to take it up to that level to be able to compete. And
Wood to Snater again. That's played up to mid-on this time, and there's no run.
And to dominate international cricket. And you need to learn to do that here.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it'd be great if Rob Key, Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes all had chats with the directors of cricket, the coaches around the country, to say, this is how we want to play. We want you to emulate that your way, use your DNA to play this way, but we want you to get as many wins as you possibly can. And you learn how to play under pressure then at this level. So when you go up to test match level, it goes up another level. It's not as daunting.
Wood bowls, that's flicked away through mid-wicket where Anderson, Jennings will leave it for Bohannon to come up to complete the fielding, and that's a 50 for Snater as well. 50 from 69 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. He's a terrific contribution with the bat.
Yeah, he's proved a real pain in the backside, hasn't he, for Lancashire?
Yeah.
He's played some good shots. He's had some swishes and 6 over the top of the keeper's head off Luke Wood. But he's also played some great cricket and supported Dan Lawrence last night and again this morning. And he's still there, contributing to a good total. Well-made 50.
2 slips in a gully waiting with Cook on strike now. And he gets forward and looks to defend. The ball just comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects away into the onside. And he just steps back. Cook, he as a bowler, He knows not to try and pick that up. He just walks a few paces away and allows Phil Salt to do the right thing and scoop it up with his gloves.
Yes. Fielders are there to field. Batters are there to bat.
He showed no interest whatsoever in picking that ball up.
I remember years ago, I used to get slated by the public or the fans for calling batsmen batters. It's like baseball. But now it's an actual cricket term, so I was ahead of my time.
You were?
Yeah.
Like many things, Stuart. Wood balls and Cook defends to mid-on, there's no run. It's funny, I was having this conversation, I don't think Paul will mind me saying it, but Paul Edwards from cricket writer downstairs in the press room about batsman and batter. And I was listening to a podcast that Kate Cross and Alex Hartley do, the No Balls Cricket podcast, and when this term was first officially introduced, and I was their agreement. I have no issue whatsoever with the term batter. I've got no issue with the term batsman either, particularly. As Wood bowls to Cook, and that's up onto his toes and steered away into the offside for no run. End of the over, 364 for 8. Nothing wrong with using the term batter.
Well, I got the point of these people. It's not baseball. Well, it's actually turned into baseball, hasn't it? 2020 cricket's the nearest thing to baseball cricketers can do. There's even a T10, which is even more so. But it was just slang. It was just a typical Australian shortening a word, which we always do because we're lazy. And batter just sounded. We used to call them batters when I was a toddler running around back home. So I don't see the problem with it either. But I know there's a few out there that still think, no, we've got to keep the tradition in. Well, tradition is one thing that I respect and I love, but also you've got to move with the times.
Here's Parkinson over the wicket and balls, swept by Snater. Ball does deflect down towards the kind of short fine leg boundary, and he has got a little bit of a bottom edge on that, and he gets a run for it. So he moves on to 51, 365 for 8. Yeah, the term batter now introduced, it's part of the amendments of the laws of cricket. The MCC last year announcing that, back end of last year. As Cook gets forward and plays it into the offside, there's no run.
Yeah, it's a cool terminology. That's what it is. That's what I put it down to. Keeping our youth well and truly alive.
Parkinson to Cook. That's turned out into the onside. There's no run.
Pretty tough to rock youth with silver hair, but I'll have a go.
Yeah, why not?
I go to my barbers and he said, mate, what do you want? Take all the grey out, will you? I'll be bald. Sorry, I can't say bald now, can you?
Parkinson in, driven away. Oh, that's a good shot by Cook. Absolutely, he nailed that one through kind of wide mid-off for 4 runs.
Yeah, he hit it uppishly. It was beautifully timed, found the gap. It had to find the gap because it went through between mid-off and cover about waist high, and he didn't have to move for that one, Sam Cook. Beautiful shot. But that's what we want. We want to see Parkinson entice the big shots. So we see another field change. Short, fine leg coming over to backward point. Luke Wood going from backward point to cover point. Josh Bohannon sliding into that catching cover area.
Cook move on to 15 with that shot. 369 for 8. Parkinson balls to him again. Little fuller, little wider outside off stump and left. Cook going back and watching it into the gloves of Phil Salt.
There's a little bit of turn now, isn't there? But with this breeze blowing from left to right as we're looking at it from the media centre, he's getting a bit of drift into the batsman.
That's punched through the offside by Cook. And there is no run. End of the over, 369 for 8. I mean, as a leg spinner yourself, what
loosely use that term.
What advantages does the drift, or indeed, let's reverse it, as a batter? What challenges would drift pose you?
Well, drift, if it comes from outside off stump in towards the stumps, and it doesn't spin, well, it provides the opportunity for bowlers to, the bowls and the LBWs. And if you're able to spin one big as a leg spinner, and then you can use the drift with the and that's a natural variation of the pitch. It's not really down to any any skill of the bowler by any means, but to get the ball drifting back from outside off stump onto the stumps, it provides 3 modes of dismissal. If it does turn, you've got the court behind. If it doesn't spin, you've got LBs and bowls. So it provides a real challenge.
Wood into Snater, who hammers it for 4 up towards the boundary. The way he hits it, Stuart, there, it's an unusual style he's got.
It's a style of his own,
yeah,
that's for sure, but that's just... It's not a bad shot, actually. He just opens up his body slightly. His foot goes straight down the wicket, but that gives him room to swing his arms. And he just played that with a dead straight bat just to the right of Luke Wood and his follow-through and inside Tom Bailey at mid-off. So not a bad shot. Once again, uppish, but he's looking to get on with it, looking to score quickly and get this total up. Well, they're pushing up towards 400 now.
Yeah, it would be a terrific mark for Essex if they can do that. Played it back down the pitch towards the bowler on this occasion, and there is no run.
I've just wondered, just sitting here watching Luke Wood left arm over, oh, he should be left arm over in my opinion, but he's bowling around the wicket. I wonder if that's to negate Simon Harmer. Left armer bowling over the wicket, creating rough outside the right-handers off stump. And if Simon Harmer, for me, if he is bowling, he's going to be bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end with the breeze blowing across to help his drift out away from the right-hander. But I wonder if that's a ploy, or this is just what the plan is, to bowl round the wicket.
Well, this plan's been in place. Wood is into Snater, and that's clipped away through the onside, and that's gone for 4 runs. There's a great effort from Keaton Jennings to take a pretty spectacular catch at mid-wicket that went through him and out towards the boundary edge, and Hassan Ali goes across to complete the fielding, and score moves on to 377 for 8. It is in the main, and he's actually going to change now, isn't he?
Yeah.
But
Sorry, I've got a direct line to them.
Yeah, it has been a ploy throughout the course of the innings, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
So maybe the Harmer factor is a great spot.
Maybe, but just looking at the way Snater's holding his bat too, he's really gripping it hard with the bottom hand, which means he's an onside player, and a left arm angling in, just playing into his strength.
With left arm over now, and that's hit away through the offside, where Dane Velas fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, if Snater's going to hit that out through cover, he's got to break his wrist to get the bat into a position to go through the cover. But it's just something that you hear players talking about. You don't want to give, Simon Harmer, no disrespect to the other bowlers in the Essex lineup, but he has been an absolute, talent in this championship. He's been the reason why Essex have had a lot of their success. He's a great leader. So nullify the threat of their best bowler or their most damaging bowler.
Wood bowls to Snater, who wallops it away through mid-wicket for 4 more. And that was pretty dismissive, really, out towards that deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, it's a tough one for... Lancashire had their week off, didn't they? They had it the first round.
They did, yes.
And they played... This is their 6th game in a row.
Yep.
And, mate, I don't care. People out there saying, yeah, they're professionals, they should be this, they should be that. Your body gets tired. And when you're playing every game to the last session of the last day, it takes it out of you. And you got to feel... And bowlers, God bless, playing county cricket, it is hard work.
Wood bowls again, full of length, and flicked away through the onside this time by Snater. To backward square leg, in fact, for a single. 64 to him now. End of the over. 382 for 8. Snater 64 and Cook on 15, but 4.4.4 and a single. It's a good over, that, and real signs of intent shown by Snater. Yeah, it's a fair old slog, isn't it?
It is.
Why on earth Lancashire couldn't play the first round of fixtures? Because Lancashire and Yorkshire didn't play the first week. Why are 2 teams sitting out?
Oh, well, someone has to, I suppose, to fit in the schedule. But it's tough.
Barking some balls, and Snater comes towards him and tries to force it away through the onside, but doesn't time the ball. Picked up by Velas at mid-wicket. There's no run.
I said yesterday I came to county cricket and I didn't expect to play the amount of cricket I did. I'm probably a bit naive in that. I thought I was waking up with my pads on half the time.
Swept by Snater down towards fine leg. Hassan comes tearing across the ground to scoop up the ball, and they've come back for a well-run 2 through, and that's a 50 partnership too as well. 50 partnership from 78 deliveries, and the score moves on to 384 for 8.
Yeah, and it's tiring. I remember being so tired. I had to learn how to play tired when I came here, and back in the day, Sheffield Shield cricket.
Swept for more runs through deep square leg this time. There are 2 out in the deep. Again, it's Hassan who's busy. He's everywhere.
It's his last game. He's getting his money's worth, isn't he?
Get just a single this time. 385 for 8.
Yeah, playing Sheffield Shield cricket, you'd finish a game, you'd have about a week and a half, 2 weeks to get ready for the next one. So every game became an event. Any niggles, you could get over them.
Parkinson bowls, and Cook off the back foot plays the ball away through the offside, but for 1 run. 386 for 8.
But county cricket never afforded you that opportunity. If you had a niggle, you had it for about 3 weeks. You know, it's a big difference, particularly as a bowler.
Parkinson bowls, and that's cut away through the offside for 1 run. Snater moves on to 68, and the score now to 387 for 8. There must barely be a bowler that's not bowling with some kind of knock or bruise, a strain or something. I mean, Parkinson to Cook, who defends away into the onside for no run. End of the over, 387 for 8. And I say that because this morning you and I were talking about what Steve Harmison was saying about bowlers need to bowl to get fit, but there must be some kind of balance between the two needed.
Oh, the best way to work out if a bowler's ready to go is you ask him. You know, you don't look at a data sheet and, you know, a computer to work it out. You ask the player himself. And, you know, bowlers, this is what their job is. They have to learn how to bowl with niggles. If you're waking up perfect every day, you haven't done enough the day before, or you've done nothing. You know, and if it's not even... I've seen fast bowlers' feet. They are the ugliest things I've ever seen in my life. You know, the blood under the nail, the blisters and what have you. They're horrible. And you feel for them because they're the ones who, you know, to win a game of cricket, you've got to bowl a team out twice. You've got to take 20 wickets.
Hassan Ali coming in to replace Luke Wood, and that's flicked fine down towards the boundary for 4 runs. And that won't improve the mood of the Lancashire fielders. That first delivery just glanced off the pads down towards the boundary, into the rope, and into the advertising board just in front of a couple of spectators. 391 for 8, and 400 is very much on the horizon.
Yeah, it's about mental disintegration as much as physical disintegration here from Essex, keeping Lancashire in the field, wearing them down.
Hassan, what's his response? In and bowling to Snater. He wants an LBW. He's got one. Snater's gone for 72. And it ends a very impressive knock. Really terrific contribution with the bat to have put on 72 and to share the partnership with Cook worth 50, and to help Essex get towards the possibility of 400 at 391 for 9.
Yeah, that one just coming back in slightly against the breeze from Hassan Ali. Snater taking up his guard on around that off stump and just missed a relatively straight one. Probably hitting leg stump, maybe clipping leg stump, but I think O'Shaughnessy getting the decision right. And as you say, Snater out with super valuable contribution, 72. And coming in last night when it could have easily rolled him over in the last couple of overs, you know, has made 72 and put Lancashire to the sword.
Essex are 391 for 9 in their first innings. Lancashire just picked up the 9th wicket. Snater the man out for 72. LBW bowling with Hassan Ali, but frustrating here for Lancashire because Essex is still batting and with a possibility of reaching 400 in their first innings as well. We've had interruptions around the morning session. We're back on the way up to lunch. Essex at 391 for 9. And Hassan's first wicket of the match as well on his final appearance of the season for Lancashire, I suspect. And Mark Chunton said this to him in the little team huddle when he was awarded his county cap, but it might not be the last we see of him in a Lancashire shirt. He's clearly impressed and has obviously enjoyed himself.
He has. I've bumped into him a few times in international cricket, and he's one of those guys. He's always got a smile on his face. He's always bouncing around, and when he gets it right, he's fast. You know, he's only a little man, but he's fast. He's got good skills. You know, good swing with the new ball. He can reverse swing it as well. He's got a good bumper, and he's great for. Well, speaking to, you know, some of the boys yesterday morning before play, he's been brilliant in the dressing room, which is what you want from your overseas player. You want them to bring the ground to life. You also want the dressing room to be a happy place, and you know, he certainly fitted in very well here.
He's got a short leg in place, 2 slips and a gully. Porter on strike. Here comes Hassan in and balls. Oh, and that's turned just beyond the reach of Dane Villas at that kind of short square leg position and out towards Bohannon. He wasn't a million miles away there, the Lancashire captain, from getting something on that. It would have been a rather spectacular take.
It would have been. He needed one like yesterday, hit him in the mid-drift, and so he could hang on to it. Yeah.
Is that where it hit him?
Well, in that region.
That was an extraordinary dismissal, wasn't it?
It was. It was a great catch.
Hassan in again, short, and has Porter hopping about and actually playing it well. He's got the ball down into the ground, played it safely away into the onside. Well, he's come out with all the gear here. He's got all the protection he needs.
And quite right.
Absolutely.
You know, if the old saying, if you can't get him out, knock him out. That's what Hassan Ali's working on here. He's going to go full. He's going to go short. And if he gets him on the arm and does some damage even into the fingers, Essex could be one bowler down. So
balls again. It's a fuller ball this time. He's played it nicely through the onside. He could be run out with a direct hit. Oh, there's a direct hit. It's Bohannon with a wonderful pick-up and throw. Well, there's all sorts of carnage there, really. Hassan's worked him over a bit with some short stuff. He was desperate to get a run and get off strike, and there was never a single. He was sent back, and Bohannon's excellent work in the field. The pick-up and throw, direct hit, and Porter's gone. It was an eventful end. Essex are all out for 391.
It was Hassan Ali going for the Yorker. Porter gets middle of the bat on it, thinking I've got to run for that. It's hit the middle of the bat. Bohannon was quick to pounce on it, picked up one stump to aim at from square leg and didn't disappoint. So the end of a very fighting innings from Essex. They've got to 391 all out. Lancashire, I'm sure they're looking forward to getting off the field and putting their feet up. And the batsmen need to give their bowlers a rest here and let them regain their energies for the second innings. But let's not forget Dan Lawrence, what a fantastic innings he played back from injury. Hope his hamstring's not too bad. And Shane Snyder in great support with Nick Brown as well at the top of the order. So all in all, great team performance.
Absolutely, yeah. 391 all out. Essex, I'm sure, will be absolutely thrilled with their efforts with the bat, and Lancashire will have some work to do throughout the course of the next day or so to get themselves level with that first innings total. We'll take a little break. We'll run through the scorecard in more detail shortly. But Essex first innings has come to an end, all out for 391.
Well, welcome back to Old Trafford on what is now turning out to be a very pleasant sunny afternoon. And we were just discussing that it's almost gone reverse of what was forecast. It was forecast to be good at first, gradually deteriorating, and it's done the opposite. So for those who don't know the story so far, Essex went on from their overnight 284-7 to be bowled out for 391, the main feature of which undoubtedly was Dan Lawrence's 120, but later on Shane Snater continued his excellent form of the season, both with bat and ball, by making 72. And so the players are just taking to the field now. The only setback, and we'll be interested to see to what extent it is a setback, is that Dan Lawrence aggravated his hamstring injury again. And although he didn't go off, he had to bat the last. Well, he'd got 100 overnight and he's finished up 120. Maybe his last 10-15 runs were scored with the help of a runner. So just looking for him now. He should be number 28, and it'd be a surprise if he was out there. I mean, why would you risk it in the field? And
yeah, I don't think I can see him.
No, we'll identify, or attempt to identify, the 12th man soon. Well, if the Lancashire batsmen are as on the card, well, they are, of course, they've got numbers on the back. Number 1 is Keaton Jennings, but facing at the far end will be Luke Wells. And yes, it now comes up on the board, Luke Wells. So Lancashire's first target will be 242 to avoid possibility of being asked to follow on. And Sam Cook opens the bowling from this end, this being the Brian Statham end, short of a length outside the off stump, and a bit of a rash shot there for the first ball of the innings from Wells, trying to carve it away through a big gap in the offside, failed to make contact. But there are 4 slips lurking, waiting for the edge. Interesting.
It was, yeah. What a start.
Well, yes.
Going across and try to lash it through cover, first ball.
Yeah. This time he a bit more prudently takes the bat out of the way as it goes through to the wicket keeper. I'm just looking on the sort of close-up as to who might be the 12th man. Even if I see a number that's not on our card, I might, in fact it's quite likely I won't be able to identify him immediately. Although somewhere I do have my players guide, which gives all the squad numbers. Stuart's pointing at number 14. Yes, you're right, and I think that's Aaron Beard. One of the few. Yeah, it is. That's Aaron Beard. Thanks very much, Stuart.
That's what I'm here for, mate. Just to point at obscure players.
Far more than that, I assure you. Far more. Yeah, Aaron Beard seemed to spend last season mainly as 12th man. Having said it, Aaron Beard, I think it is. He was. If it is Aaron Beard, he was on loan earlier this year. Went to Sussex for a game or two. But yeah, I can't quite read his name on the back, but 14 seems to ring a bell. And that's played out again to that fielder.
Well, it makes perfect sense anyway.
Yes.
That Dan Lawrence doesn't take the field
at
this stage, and he's probably being assessed. He might need to go for a scan to find the extent of the damage, and let's fingers crossed for his sake and Essex's sake, well, England's sake for that matter.
Yes.
But there's no significant damage, and it's only a minor tweak.
Yes. As Cook moves in again and bowls, and again Wells takes the bat out of the way of the ball, goes through to the keeper. Yeah, it really is a delightful afternoon now. And sadly, or maybe for whatever, the children have now all gone, so they've missed the best part of the day weather-wise, really. You should have stayed, children. The sun came out once you left.
Well, they probably had to get back to school, didn't they, for the pick-up at 3 o'clock?
Yes, that's right. All the mums and dads waiting at the gates.
Travel to do beforehand as well.
Yep. And worked away backward of square, but satisfactorily fielded by, I think that's Matt Critchley. End of the over, which was a maiden. So in reply to Essex's 391, Lancashire have yet to open their account. So yeah, I really, although we haven't had a full day's play, what we have had has been quite significant as far as the game as a whole, isn't it?
It has, and the game has moved forward. The wickets were taken and runs were scored. So it's been a very, very, good morning's played. That interruption in rain, it didn't really hamper the way that the teams went about it. Shane Snader came out and showed real positivity. Dan Lawrence started. I thought he looked fantastic again this morning. Really looking to dominate the opposition bowling, and it's been a good contest once again. Yesterday was a good even contest, and right now, I mean, Lancashire got a pretty powerful batting lineup, and they're all in reasonable nick. And Essex have always been a damaging in the last recent past. They've been a damaging new ball attack, and they've also got Simon Harmer as well. So, looking forward to this afternoon session.
Yes, it's Jamie Porter opening from the Jimmy Anderson end. Let's just nudge round the corner for the first run of the innings to Keaton Jennings, a left-hander, who for a while opened the batting for England. Then was injured last year, because I remember he was on commentary last time I was here, up in this box.
And he's staking a claim again, isn't he, for higher honours?
Well, yes.
He didn't do a lot wrong in his last time opening the batting for England, and
no,
had a couple of low scores, but that's bound to happen opening the batting.
That's down the leg side. Well, I mean, isn't it bound to happen wherever you bat, really? I mean,
well, it is, but more particularly, again, I feel sorry for the opening batters. Well, only a little bit.
Yeah.
Because they do go out and face the new ball, and unfortunately at times too they have to face the last couple of overs of a day's play.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So they do get it tougher. The middle order, the engine room, as we used to refer to ourselves, the engine room.
Yes.
The pretty boys, we used to come in and do the easy job after the hard work.
That's outside the off stump. I can remember Essex for 1 or 2 seasons when you seemed to have to get virtually all the runs. And
I enjoyed that because that was my job. I came over to play cricket to score runs, and the sooner I got out there, the less downtime I had, and I could start doing what I love doing, and it was a pleasure. It wasn't a chore; it was a pleasure. I just loved doing it.
Yeah. And come back to that in a moment after Jamie Porter's delivery, which is played down to backward point, and obviously you got used to it. But I mean, how did you like batting at Chelmsford? Did it suit you particularly? Or?
Well, I think when I first came over in '96, the pitch was completely different to what it is now. It used to be fast. There were relayed pitches close to the pavilion, and that's where we played our 4-day cricket. And the other side of the block towards the middle, and the other side with the white ball wickets. And
that's just played solidly defensively by Jennings, getting everything behind it.
One thing you had to get used to was don't be tempted by the short boundaries.
Yeah,
because you're going to hit your boundaries anyway. Don't go looking for them; they'll come. And I came to England. I didn't really know how to play spin because you don't see a lot growing up in Brisbane at the Gabba. And I came here and I remember I learned how to play spin by standing at second slip talking to Graham Gooch.
Really? Yes.
Obviously conversations with Keith Fletcher as well, but the learning process.
Yes. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. So you overlapped with Fletch, did you?
Fletch was the coach.
Oh, yes. I was going to say, yeah.
And Graham Gooch played a season and a half. I was lucky enough to play in the same team as him for a while, and he was a tremendous mentor for me. Alan Border said, "Get over there, get in his ear, ask as many questions as you can, come back and having learnt something." And the one thing I wanted to learn was how to play spin.
And he was willing to impart his.
He couldn't stop. He
really?
loved it. Yeah, even out at night, go to dinner. He'd sit him down at 10 o'clock. He had to wake Gag up a few times because he'd just nod off at 10 o'clock. But he was so forthcoming with his information, and people will say I'm mad, but I learnt by fielding, just understanding what he was talking about, and then having guys like John Childs and Peter Such.
Yes, it was outside the off stump from Cook. It was one hell of a side at that time.
But then, John Childs would bowl to me in the nets, and Peter Such would bowl to me in the nets. So Gooch would say, right, do this to left arm spin, or ball spinning away, X, Y, Z, and then ball spinning in, do this. And you'd had the bowlers there who were willing to bowl to you all the time. And learnt so much in that short period of time with Graham. I was there at Essex for 6 seasons. He was only there for a season and a half. But learned a lot from the great man.
That's outside the off stump as well. So I know it's sort of thing that people always talk about playing cricket, but is playing cricket in England noticeably different from anywhere else in the world?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. The wickets provide, particularly at certain times of the year, the wickets provide seam movement, which you don't really see in Australia because the wickets are as hard as concrete normally. You get a bit of swing and seam at the Gabba, but nothing like you used to get here. And the balls are different. The really pronounced ball seam on the balls over here and the Dukes, they stand about a couple of millimetres off the ball, whereas Kookaburra seam's actually in the ball.
Yes.
So it doesn't do as much off the seam. And
Cook moves in, bowls outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
And I said yesterday that, I was told, Alan Border told me that, you come over here, this is the finishing school.
Yes.
This is where you refine your technique. You've got a technique that's it's sort of successful in these conditions, but go and try and learn something else. And it's the same when you go to the subcontinent. It's a different mentality and, a different way to score runs, and you only learn that by actually going and doing. And coming here to county cricket, it was the finishing school for me, and I absolutely thrived and loved it.
So presumably, as Cook moves in and bowls, Essex was the first time you'd played cricket in this country?
County cricket. I'd come and played the league cricket up my first trip.
Up here somewhere?
Up here, yeah, in Halifax, actually.
Oh, right.
Illingworth, St Mary's, they were at the time. And
yes.
Came across as a snotty-nosed teenager and had a great time. Had a fantastic... I had to go home. I injured my knee, and the physio back home said, no, don't get it operated over there. Come back and we'll do a full assessment of you back here. And unfortunately, that was cut short. But then a couple of years later, I spent 2 years at Littleborough.
Right. That's played away for... I've lost sight of the ball. Now, there it is. They've gone through for just a single down to deep backward square leg.
And Littleborough was my first real intensive exposure to English conditions.
Yes.
And being the pro, you had to do all the work. If you get 130 and 5 wickets and lose the game, you're not very good. I remember being told a few times. I got told by an old gentleman at the club. He pointed to all the pros that we had. There's Sir Garfield Savers, Joel Garner, Ezra Mosley.
No pressure.
No pressure.
It's pushed out in the offside, no addition to the score of 2 without loss.
And this was early in the season. I hadn't scored many runs. I hadn't taken any wickets, and quite rightly, I was a rubbish bowler. But he said, look at all the names on those pros. They are the greatest players in the world. You are the worst pro we've ever had.
Welcome.
Oh, okay. Thanks very much. It's nice to know I've got the support of the club. And then after that, we won the league that year. There was a Wood Cup competition, the 50-over competition. We'd won that. And at the celebration of the Wood Cup, after the Wood Cup final, winning man of the match, whatever, and he came up to me at the night, he put his arm around me again, patted me on the back. You're the best pro we've ever had. I said, come on, mate. 2 weeks ago, I was rubbish. Oh, brilliant.
As Porter moves in and bowls. And as well as getting all the runs and hopefully taking a few wickets a weekend, were you expected to get involved with coaching and nets and things during the week?
Yeah, you are supposed to. I did occasionally.
I see.
No, I spent most of the time at the club. My first year, I really did, and bought into the community and
yes,
got involved, which you have to do as an overseas player. You can't do much else.
No. As Porter moves in again and bowls, and I'd imagine, that was at very good league cricket point of view, but it must surely apply at county level. A pro is not only going to give more if he gets involved with the club as a whole, but he's also going to get more out of it.
Yeah, and I was told in no uncertain terms, what my role as an overseas player was. Forget about just on field. That's a given. You come here, you've got to perform every game. And that's near impossible. But
of course, that's
what you're told to do. But you bring on the youngsters.
Yes, that's just nudged into not into a gap on the onside. Essex bowling well and setting the field well and restricting them to only 2 runs after 3.5 overs. We're still talking league cricket when you say that, or anyway?
Yeah, county cricket as well.
All right.
So your job was to bring the youngsters through, and at the time when I first arrived, I was a bit of a youngster as well. I was naive to English conditions and what have you, but slowly but steadily started to learn.
As Porter moves in and bowls. Yeah, so you're learning how to play in England, but you're also expected to make, understandably, a major contribution because they're probably paying you more than they're paying anybody else.
Yeah, well, not me.
No.
I was overworked and underpaid.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. But for me, it wasn't. Yeah, I didn't come over for the money. I came over not to disappoint Alan Border.
Oh, really? But once given the chance to play, as it turned out, for Essex, I'm not sort of necessarily seeing Essex's praises, but it could have been any of the 18. Once you're given the opportunity to come and play county cricket, you didn't need a second invitation.
No way. No, I absolutely loved every minute of it. The different competitions. When I first came here, there was 4. There was the championship. There was a 40-over competition. There was a 50-over comp and a 60-over competition.
Yes.
And they all had their differences, but they were very, very unique in the way they went about it. It was really captivating, and I enjoyed every aspect of it.
As Porter moves in again and bowls, and that's nudged down to fine leg for a single by Jennings.
But the thrill for me to play county cricket was I was playing against some of the best players in the world.
Well, yes.
I was also playing against a lot of the English players because in those days everyone played for their counties if they weren't playing for England. And every time that happened, that was my test match. And that's how I treated it, and that's probably why I, sometimes crossed the line with, aggression and whatever. But I had to do that to get myself up to play the game. And rightly or wrongly, people might not have liked it, but I scored runs. We won games, we won trophies at Essex. We didn't win one here at Lancashire when I was here, unfortunately. We probably should have won the championship a couple of times, but weather might have ruined it a couple of times.
Cook moves in and bowls, and that's just played out into the offside for a single.
Which people at Sussex might disagree with, but I remember one year we lost it by 1 point or 2 points, and we'd lost about 900 runs. 900 overs in the season, they lost 200, and I thought, I think in 900 overs, I reckon we might have got more than 2 points.
Yes.
But, we didn't win a trophy. That was heartbreaking. A couple of times we finished. I remember a game at Surrey. We had to beat Surrey at the Oval. We chased 480 in the second innings. We lost by 25 or something, which was heartbreaking.
Yes. And that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. But from what I remember, and I'm not, as I've said many times on air, I don't remember every game like one or two of my colleagues back in Essex, but I do remember, I think, a Roses match at Headingley where you got a double ton.
Yes.
That must have been, well, did you sort of buy into the rivalry between Lancashire and Yorkshire? Did that mean anything extra to get a double hundred at Headingley rather than at anywhere else? It's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
Well, I remember both Jason Gillespie was playing.
Yes.
And, it was a great fun playing against Diz because he was fast and nasty. And Darren Lehman was playing, so
all right.
It was I understood the concept of the Roses.
Yes.
And the one thing that people ask me, when you're playing the Roses, the crowd have got, the aggression against each other.
Yes.
The actual players got on really well.
Yeah.
And it's quite often that you go out, end of a day's play, you'd have a beer and a chat together for a long time, and great mates. So It was great rivalry on the field, but also great fun off it.
Yeah, but that was even in Rose's matches. Yes, that was nudged down to backward of square on the onside for another single. And of course, this seems to have gone out of the game now, from what I gather.
It has. Yeah. Look, the game has gone.
Is it
very, very professional, and I just hope it hasn't gone to the detriment of the relationships between counties or players that come together. And a lot of the learning was done at the end of a day's play. And if you don't actually mix with the opposition, you're not going to get that learning.
No. Well, he's given him LBW. I was just going to say that looked a bit optimistic, but who am I to say? It's umpire, who is it at this end? It's Peter Hartley whose decision counts. And Lancashire lose their first wicket, and they are 5 for 1. And we're just... Oh, yeah, sorry. I don't know why I thought it was an optimistic appeal. Now, on reflection, it was... Yeah, but I mean, I know that does still go on, the sort of the sharing. I remember Matt Critchley, the new leg spinner from Derbyshire that Essex have got, he was telling me in a pre-season interview that when Essex played Derbyshire last year in some one-day competition, I don't know what it was, because the last couple of years have been all sorts of competitions and leagues drawn out of a hat and things, but he said one day after play he spent an hour or so with Simon Harmon. Was quite happy to sit in the pavilion with him and sort of taking him through more or less what he'd picked up over the years as a leg spinner. And Matt Critchley said to me he reckoned that hour or so was priceless.
Yeah, and that used to happen on a regular basis.
Yes.
I remember we used to walk in and you'd beeline to certain players. You might have had a couple of words on the field, but you beeline over to that player and you sit down and say, hey, let's talk about what went on today. Other times you go to the opposition and say, right, how are you trying to get me out? You'd start learning how different tactics, and everyone's different at learning. And if you're sitting around having a chat about cricket in a relaxed environment, it's amazing how many people open up, and the honesty, and it all starts sinking in a lot quicker.
Yes, I'm sure. Well, if the rumours are to be believed and stories, somebody like Jeff Boycott was less willing to share. There are numerous stories about Boycott, and I have to say these are only stories I've heard. So if his legal team are listening and they say no, that's not true, fair enough. But they're well-known anecdotes. And one was that when Boycott in a Test match, I think, had been battling away all morning against a fearsome, it may have been an Aussie attack, and England lost another wicket, and new batsman came in and immediately went up to Jeff and more or less said, okay, so what's it doing out here? You've been out here for an hour and a half. Loud appeal for LBW there, doesn't meet, but there again trying to play across the line by Bohannon. And allegedly Boycott said in his Yorkshire accent, it's taken me an hour and a half to find out. You can do the same thing. Oh, charming! Yes, thanks a lot, Jeff.
Yeah, that's not how the team works. But anyway, Jeff, he's a grand character. He certainly
was.
Yeah. Josh Bohannon to the crease. Now there's a lot of interest around Josh this year. He scored big runs, had a good breakout season last year, and started this season equally as well. Sam Cook pitching up, trying to go for LB, but was missing leg stump comfortably, and Peter Hartley quite rightly giving it not out. But 5 for 1.
5 for 1, and Jamie Porter bowling from the far end, the old pavilion end, but now the James Anderson end, and that's just played out on the onside. If you can hear a little bit of noise in the background, it's they're rearranging the furniture basically and making a very good job of it. But we don't mind in the least. Well, we're not in a position to mind. They've called the shots. That's a good looking shot. It'll pick up 2 runs backward of square. It'll be slightly hurried too. No, not really in the end, and with all due respect, it wasn't the best of throws, but even if it had come in right over the bails into Rossington's gloves, the batsmen were home and dry. Move on to 7 for 1. 2 deliveries into the 6th over. And next delivery is met with solid defence. Solid defence by Bohannon. No, it's not Bohannon, sorry, it's Wells.
Both Porter and Cook, they're quite similar bowlers, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Similar pace. Cook's probably a little bit taller, if anything, but one bowling from one end with the breeze blowing directly across the ground. Porter's bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, so it should help the ball swing back into the left-hander.
Yes. Moves in now. Bowls. Just play defensively. It's often said about Porter that he never made the next grade up because he's essentially and solely a very good bowler in English conditions. Would you go along with that view or see why people come to that view?
I think there's no question he's a very good bowler in these conditions. I think to play at the next level up, you need to be 85 plus.
Yes, or even at the same level in Australia, he wouldn't be as effective.
Yeah, probably the Kookaburra ball on a fast bouncy wicket. You know, he's still if he finds it the right length, he could be a handful. But that's why the Australian bowlers, the Australian system always produces someone who can bowl 90 mile an hour.
Yes,
because you have to in those conditions to hurry the batsman, to make the batsman, you know, get him in two minds. Whereas over here, you don't need to bowl 90 mile an hour.
No,
you just need to hit the seam.
And that's just played out backward and square on the offside. No further addition to the score of 7 for 1 with Wells not out 3. Bohannon yet to open his account, and the man out, Keaton Jennings, LBW to Cook when the score was 5.
And can you imagine if you bowled 90 mile an hour, hit the seam that it's doing also?
Yes, that sorts them out really. Yes.
That's why facing Steve Harmison over here wasn't much fun.
No, I can imagine.
You know, Freddie Flintoff would have caused some sleepless nights as well in his heyday, and Darren Gough as well. So, you know, Andy Caddick. Look, you probably don't realise, but Somerset back in the days, Taunton was the flattest wicket on the planet.
Was it?
It probably had the most grass on it, but it didn't do anything. And to have a record like Andy Caddick's bowling on that every second game, it's just amazing what he could do.
Yeah. He's just played defensively. He has a pavilion named after him, but then so lots of people, because they have 4 pavilions at Taunton Ground. But the Andy Caddick Pavilion is currently the pavilion where the players change, which is what pavilions are for. And
you can obviously tell who the favourite sons were at Somerset, because Marcus Trist's Gothic stand is huge.
Yes, yes it is.
Great servant to Somerset, Marcus.
And the Peter Roebuck stand is non-existent. so I shouldn't have mentioned his name really, because I had a great, from a great distance, I had a great respect for him, but he sadly passed away under unfortunate circumstances in South Africa, I think. But also a very good writer. He wrote a fascinating book called It Never Rains, which was just about a typical season in county cricket. You must have written a book, Stuart.
No, I've never read a book, so I'm don't even qualified to write one.
So you haven't?
I haven't, no.
Well, you should. It would be a bestseller.
I'm trying to still, stay involved in the game. I don't want to write a book because it might incriminate a few people.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You'd have to tell the truth, and
yes,
the main person it will incriminate is myself.
Well, that's all right.
No, I haven't had the urge to write a book.
Well, when the time comes, seize it, because I think it'll be a...
Well, if anyone out there wants to write my book, please get in contact.
Right. Well, there you are, authors. I think that's a pretty good offer.
Sure.
That's played out to on the offside, because this man has many a story to tell, some of which could only be told in print. Some of the conversations we've had over the last couple of days have certainly not for public airing.
Definitely not on air.
No. Once or twice I've said to Stuart. Should we talk about that on air? No.
Not really, thank you.
Not really, thank you. No. It's a very kind thought. Oh, well, now we've got the obligatory selfie, which Colin has just taken. Do you know, I've never taken a selfie. Do you do selfies?
Oh, not very good at it. No,
I tried once and all I got was my left ear, which isn't my best feature, but then none of them are.
Oh, I'm lucky. If we're with the family, I've got my son who's got a wingspan like an albatross, so he's the one who gets the camera and gets us all in. I can't. I'm all fingers and thumbs, and I hate having my photo taken. I just never liked it. But my wife, if I didn't have my wife, I wouldn't be in any photos whatsoever.
And that's played defensively. So we were talking about autograph hunters earlier on before the lunch. You know, you were presumably, from what I imagine, quite happy to sign autographs, but if you had been around in the day of the selfie, you'd have been more reluctant, or would you have just gone along with it?
Well, I think it would have. If you're around in those times, you adapt, don't you?
Yes, I suppose so.
You know, it wasn't around when I was playing.
Exactly.
Social media, thank goodness, wasn't around.
Oh.
Probably some of the things we used to get up to was, way beyond legal what they do these days.
Yes.
But, the autograph hunters. Yesterday I was asked. I must apologise. There was a couple of gentlemen down just next to the home team dressing room that asked me to sign some autographs, and I had to be rushed upstairs to get onto Lancs TV with Paul Allett. And I said I'd come back, and I never did. So I apologise to those gentlemen.
Right, that's a nudge square of the onside.
Because that's not me. I don't.
No, I can well believe it's not.
Yeah, I do apologise, and I tried to get down there at the end of play, but everyone had gone. So.
Yeah, no, I
do apologise to whoever it was, and thank you kindly for asking. I do wish that if you do come back, I will be more than happy to sign.
Yeah, no, I can confirm, ladies and gentlemen, that Stuart Lloyd's a man of his word. I can remember on more than one occasion when he played at Chelmsford, and I'd go up to him and I'd ask him for an interview at the end, and he'd say, I really do need a shower, but I promise I'll be down afterwards. And sure enough, he was. Smelling fragrant.
As good as I could anyway.
As Porter moves in, bowls, played out in the offside.
Good single.
One run a cruise. Score moves on to 8 for 1 in 7.2 overs. So, Lancashire, it would have been exaggerated to say their back's against the wall, but at the moment certainly Essex are in the stronger position, and Lancashire need to grit this one out.
Oh, an early wicket, you expose, Josh Bohannon at number 3, who's been a good scorer for them in the recent games and last season particularly, and Porter and Cook very controlled with their lines and their lengths, making it difficult for runs to flow.
Well, yes, they're bowling really well, and these are good batsmen, and the bowlers are up to their task. It's a good contest.
It's a good pitch as well. Let's not take that away. It's a wicket where obviously the new ball will be the most difficult to face, and in this day and age, you get through that 15 to 20 over mark, it becomes a lot easier. You want your opening batsman to get most of those overs under their belt. You don't want to expose your better players. No disrespect to Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, but you don't want to expose the middle order too early, so they can cash in later on.
Porter to Bohannon. Bohannon plays it out on the onside off his back foot. No addition to the score, goes out to skipper Wesley. I don't think I've described the field, but it's 3 slips, and it depends where Nick Brown's wandering to. Gully-ish? No, more sort of...
That's a 5th slip, isn't it?
Yeah, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 5th slip. So the chances are it'll go through 4th.
Then 4th to gully.
Yes.
One or the other.
As loud appeal for LPW, and he's given him. He went forward into the shot, and then, if anything, I'd be interested to see the replay, which we will. it seemed actually in the end result to call him on the back foot rather than the front foot. I'm not sure, but anyway, the net result is that Bohannon is out, and before they've reached double figures, Lancashire have lost 2 wickets. They're 8 for 2.
Yeah, and that one, Porter's been consistent with a length which is bouncing over the stumps, and that one's been a bit fuller, thrown it up a bit fuller to the newer batsman Josh Bohannon, and just playing across the line slightly, but good piece of bowling, good setup. And we can just see the side on replay. Oh, it's hit him on the knee roll just below.
Yes,
definitely not going over. Slightly fuller. Good bowling from Porter, and that's what you want to do. You want your opening bowlers to come out, set the tone. They've been very miserly with their runs they've given away. They haven't given away many. There's not been any free scoring shot opportunities.
No.
And as a batsman, you're itchy. You want to get off the mark. You want to get going, and unfortunately for Josh, just missed that one, and quite rightly, Steve O'Shaughnessy, no hesitation in giving him out LBW.
No. And do you, when you're building an innings, do you, as it often is said, or it might even vary from batsmen, build yourself, set yourself little targets and milestones? First of all, get off the mark, and then double figures, and then from there.
Yeah, it varies. I believe you've got to work with your partner at the other end, and if you're coming in, if you're sat at the other end and you've got a player coming in, you work to what they want to do, because you're in, you're feeling comfortable. Luke Wells isn't quite in. He's faced 23 balls and only on 4, so he's probably still at that stage. But I think you have a chat to your partner and say, right, okay, let's get the end of this, see this ball out, we'll have a chat in the middle, and let's work out a plan. And then for me, it'd just be, where can I get off strike?
Yes. As Porter moves in, bowls, and he's out first ball, caught by Sir Alistair Cook at first slip, diving away to his left. It was a good catch, low down, and Croft is out first ball, and Lancashire are 8 for 3. And Porter, when the next over begins, or his next over, is on a hat-trick.
Yeah, it's a tough ball to get first up too.
It was a good one.
It's challenging around that off-stump line. The angle in from Porter, just slightly wider on the crease, angle in towards off-stump, draws the batsman into play, and then the slight movement away using the breeze and the pitch, the new ball really well. Just drew Stephen Croft into that defensive shot, and great catch.
Yeah,
Alistair
it was
Cook.
a good catch, yeah.
Sir Alistair doesn't drop too many.
He doesn't, no.
And that was a pretty simple one by his standards.
Yes, it was sort of, most people probably watching it on the live stream, it was about knee high, I should think, or just a little bit lower. So, well, what a start for Essex. What a day, albeit a very much abridged day, having lost, what, 3/4 of an hour or something like that. But it's been a very, very good day for Essex so far. And so Dane Villas, the skipper's coming to the wicket now. He wouldn't have wanted to come in this position with his side 8 for 3.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect it, batting at 5, to be walking in the 9th over.
No.
He would have been sitting upstairs thinking, right, I can rest for a bit. Captaincy's hard as well on a in a trying 120 overs in the field, and setting fields, changing bowlers. He'd like to be sat up there doing, putting his feet up.
Yes.
Having a cup of tea. And here he is out here facing the music now. But on the flip side too, he's probably a character that loves this situation.
Yeah.
He's been in this numerous times. I can't wait to see him go about how he's going to go about it. I think he's going to look to rotate, strike, run hard between the wickets.
Cook round the wicket. Appeal for LBW there. Looked very confident. He's followed through all the way to the opposing crease, but doesn't meet with the approval of umpire Peter Hartley, who just chews on his gum. And
he's a great man, Jack. I don't know if you know, his nickname's Jack.
Is it?
Yeah, I played against Peter years and years ago, and then he umpired towards the end of my time, and he is the true Yorkshireman in the sense that he's a very dour, very funny, very good cricketer in his day.
Yes.
He's an extremely good golfer. So he's just a character, good sense of humour, but has that dour, look about him.
And another appeal for LBW, but far less convincing.
Well, they're up, aren't they, Essex? That's for sure. And why wouldn't you be at 8 for 3?
Yes, quite. And of course, you know, they having them in that position, well, I was going to say the fielders are lifted, but they were already sort of up for it anyway, so they don't need any more motivation than looking up at the scoreboard.
Well, I think you realise now, these players aren't silly, that a new ball is where you're going to do most of your damage.
Yes.
And while they've got the new ball in hand, Lancashire at 8 for 3, you're going to be through the roof with your encouragement for the bowlers, your fielders. There's going to be a lot of chat, as we see now.
Yeah.
Nick Brown's going to bat pad on the onside,
Yes.
I would have thought.
Yep.
With Cook around the wicket to the left-handed Luke Wells. We've just seen it. Just looks for me, the batsman, obviously in this, you're very tentative. I think right now you just need to make sure your intent is high. You're looking to score runs, which then produces, in your own self, produces more positive footwork, more positive stroke play. You even let the ball go more positively when you're looking to score runs. And it's amazing how it works.
Yeah. Cook moves in, bowls. Played correctly, just dug out by Wells. Trickles out to mid-on.
Because the mindset is, we're 8 for 3. I don't want to lose another one.
No.
But if you're thinking about losing wickets, you're going to lose wickets. So you've got to start flipping it over, putting pressure back onto the bowler. If that's a half volley, you've got to hit a half volley. If it's a half tracker, you've got to hit the half tracker.
Yes.
You can't just pat it back, even in this situation. You've got to start putting it back onto the bowling side. But Essex have been really disciplined in their line and length.
They have bowled very, very well, and continuing to do so with that delivery as well, which is right on the money and just played out on the onside. And you touched upon, I think it was when Villas came to the crease captaincy. Now you hold the record of having captained Queensland to more Sheffield Shield titles than anybody else, I believe. How obviously it didn't affect your own game, but there are some people who it would. Well, I'll come back to that in a moment. Let's just play on square on the offside. Some people thrive on captaincy, and others presumably would say, no, I'd rather not. I'd just concentrate on my own game. But you were always up for the skipper's job.
Well, I was given the task. I was probably the youngest captain Queensland had, but I was given the task by the board at the time to say, right, we're going to believe in you. We're going to invest in the future, and we want you to take over. Ian Healy was away with the Australian side more often than he was with us, so he reneged the captaincy, and I was approached.
Outside the off stump, goes through the keeper end of the over 8 for 3.
And I was of the opinion I was blessed to play for Queensland. I always wanted to play for Queensland, and people who know me know I'm a very proud Queenslander. So to captain the team was, wasn't my only ambition, but if it came along, I wasn't going to say no to it. And I just thought, I'm going to take this on. I'm going to give it absolutely everything. We can change the way that Queensland play. We can change the way that we think. And with, the help of, some fantastic senior pros around us, and, the management staff and the board, the support we all got to change it, something clicked. And for me personally, it was I took pride in it. I knew if Queensland lost, it was my fault. And I took that ownership on. But there were a lot of games that we won, and not because of me, but because of the fact that we thought, right, well, it doesn't matter who we are, it doesn't matter who we're playing against. We're going to absolutely give them hell, and we are going to try and win every game of cricket we play. And lo and behold, it started working.
Yeah.
Much to our well, not so much surprise, but amazement how good we became in such a short time. And
yes,
10 years of captaining Queensland was probably the 10 best years I've ever had on a cricket field.
Yes, hat-trick ball, I'm reminded, and thank you, Scott. And yes, and it now with a slight overthrow as well, goes for a couple of runs. Whoops.
Whoop.
Nearly again. Buzzers. Yes, your friend Hussein calls them buzzers. Is that an Australian word, is it?
I'm not sure where it came from. I think I learned it over here.
Right.
Back home with overthrows, you get called a lot worse than buzzers.
Yes.
See Dane Villas there, looking intent to score. He pushed it into the covers for 1 and ended up getting the overthrow back for 2. So
Yeah.
But already there we see the intent.
Porter moves in and bowls, and that's just played solidly defensively by Billis. So from what you're saying, Stuart, the natural sort of, not conclusion to draw, but one could draw a conclusion that as regards winning titles and championships, it's not necessarily the best team, but the team that's best at putting together match-winning performances.
Yeah, John Buchanan came in, and the first thing he said, Jeff Thompson was the coach when I took over the captaincy, and Tomo was probably the best coach I ever had.
As Porter moves in, bowls, and that's just played out for a single onto the offside off the back foot.
Tomo was great for me because he just told the truth, and it was brutal and it hurt, but he'd always have an arm around you at the end of the day to talk you the reasons why. Then John Buchanan came in, and as a group we worked out that the more we talked about winning the Sheffield Shield, the less it happened. So if you say at the start of the summer, I want to win the Sheffield Shield, everyone goes, yeah, of course you do. Everyone does.
Yes.
But what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? How are we going to build those little blocks throughout a season? So the less we talked about winning something and worried about, you know, the moment that was just in front of us, we started playing better cricket, and we just built a fantastic camaraderie. We were the closest team that I think I've ever been involved in.
Really?
In any format I played or where I played.
Porter round the wicket and just played out on the offside by Wells, no addition to the score.
You know, we were so close. John Buchanan brought the family element into it. He involved everybody, mums, dads, wives, girlfriends, kids, everyone was involved. Every time we had a team barbecue, everyone was there, and we just grew together. And I knew that if one of us was in a fight on the cricket field, so if someone gets picked on, we all bled. So that player who picked on one of our boys, when he came out, he copped it. And that was just how we reacted.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Played solidly defensively.
And whilst we started learning how to win without thinking about winning the trophy, we learned how to play cricket, you know, session by session. It's all cliched, but ball by ball, we got better. And the better we got, the harder it was to play against us. And, you know, we turned ourselves into probably the most hated team in Australia because, A, we were relentless, we were ruthless, but we're also very good. We might not have been the best players, but the guys around who weren't as good as some others became better.
Yeah. And that's played out in the offside. A good-looking shot. It probably will beat... No, it won't beat Aaron Beard to the boundary. In fact, they only go through for 2, and he hauled it in about 10 yards short. 12th man on for Dan Lawrence, who very evidently tweaked a hamstring injury this morning, the complete extent of which we don't know. With all this experience and achievement behind you, I ought to know the answer to this, but have you captained other sides apart from Queensland, or?
I did captain the Australian race side. Young Australia came over in '95 before I played county cricket, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. I was named vice captain of Australia in a one-day international, which sort of brushed over because, you know, anyone could be vice captain really. It didn't really hold a lot of water. But I was captain of Lancashire for a year as well. 2008, I captained Lancashire.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, and it was something I didn't want to do, but I was asked to do because, you know, maybe I had the most experience at leading a group of men. But it was just something I probably shouldn't have taken. But, you know, to help out the club, I took it on.
Cook moves in, bowls straight onto leg stump, but it doesn't concede a run because it's well fielded at mid-wicket by...
It's Big Walter, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it's Walter. I ought to be able to distinguish somebody who's nearly 7 feet tall from the rest. Thank you, Stuart.
Makes Steve O'Shaughnessy look about 4 foot tall, doesn't he? But yeah, didn't... But I wanted to play county cricket just to relax myself and have fun on. I think I had enough of captaincy when I left Queensland.
As at short of a length, pulled away for a single down to long leg. Yeah, Essex have, I think I'm right in saying, always made a point of not having an overseas player as a captain, and that record, if that be a record, will be broken when the T20 starts because Simon Harm will be skippering it. So yeah, but he'll be the first time an overseas player, well, yeah, has captained Essex, I think. And does it? Let's just play it back to Cook. Is it generally seen as putting? Is it from the club's point of view? I don't mean Essex specifically, but is it from the club's point of view or the player's point of view? Does it put too much pressure on the player, or do the clubs just feel no, it ought to be a homegrown lad?
Well, I agree with the counties that don't have the overseas players, because they're only there for a short space of time.
Well, especially nowadays, yeah.
They're only there for the summer. They're not there through the pre-season. They don't really know the club as well as people who are around for a long time, so I get it.
No, Cook outside the off stump.
And much to the disbelief of some of my contemporaries in the Essex days, I didn't want to captain Essex. I just wanted to play. I just wanted to have, you know, a time of my life playing cricket, the game I love. I just wanted to play the game the way I wanted to play it.
Yes.
And I was allowed to do that by being free and, you know, expressing myself out there. And with the captaincy, it sort of drags you in a little bit. I didn't want that. So, despite what some people thought, that wasn't the case.
Who thought this?
Well, there's a few.
As Cook moves in and bowls. Oh, and he shoulders arms and plays the penalty by a big trapped LBW. Oh dear. Apart from, well, to my mind, apart from getting bowled shouldering arms, getting LBW not playing a shot is the next mortal sin, really. And 14 for 4 is the Lancashire score. That was at best an error of judgment, I would suggest.
And look, it just goes back to, you know, I know the predicament that Lancs are in. It's difficult. Sitting up here, it's easy. Of course it is. I've never not scored 100 sitting in this chair. It's the easiest place to score 100. Yeah. You know, and you don't. It's totally different out in the middle, but just the intent. There's no intent there to hit the ball, and I think it's just it's a mental thing that you've got to get yourself into. I know it's easier said here than out there, but you know, Luke Wells just looked like he was on the defensive mindset, didn't want to get on with the game. Dane Villas on the other hand has come out. He's into the ball. He's looking to score all the time. He's looking to get bat on ball, and if you can't hit it, well then you let it go or you defend it. So it's good bowling that brings about these indecisions, and we can't get away from that either.
No. So as I say, Lancashire 14 for 4, and that 252 to avoid the follow-on at this stage looks a long way distant.
Well, if you want to see positive cricket, Phil Salt's the man to bring it, I think.
Right.
I don't think he knows any other way. He's a great man to have around your team. He's always full of positive. He always takes the positive option, which, you know, in this stage of the game, you probably want someone to counter-fight, counter-punch. And you know, he's done it before. He can be, you know, probably a little bit too aggressive at times, but I think at this point in time, defence isn't the way to go. Defending these bowls, you've got to put something back onto Cook, onto Porter. They're not allowing, they're strangling the scoring rate, so you've got to try and put the pressure back on them somehow. And if they are in length, whether it be full or straight, it doesn't matter if it goes over the top.
No.
It puts pressure back onto the
yes.
bowler, and the field will go, oh yeah, that's a loose shot, but if it goes for 4, it's 4 runs.
So he surveys the field, looking to see where the gaps are, and Cook's on his way to him. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Salt, formerly of Sussex, from what I remember, and just played that diligently. And there's so much mobility now of players, but overseas players as well. And nowadays, you know, they come in for a season or so, sometimes less than a season. In fact, I can remember once Essex had an overseas player in for one match, which turned out to be a total disaster. And they signed not Tino Best, but some West Indian when Essex got to the...
With Dwayne Bravo?
Dwayne Bravo, that's right, yes. And yes, that didn't turn out to be the best investment of a few quid. Anyway, I mean, you presumably would be much happier in the days when you stayed at either Essex or Lancashire for half a dozen years or so, at least. That's just Or would you be quite happy playing for a season here and a season there?
No, I wasn't like that. I was loyal.
Yes.
Probably to a fault. And the only reason why I moved on was I was pushed out, basically. Essex, I would have loved to have stayed my whole career there. But I think an overseas player, if you're investing in an overseas player, it's a lot of money for a club these days. And, you don't fly down the back with the chickens and the goats, do you? Up the front of the pointy end.
Yes, that's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper, Rossington. Came back a long way, though. Yeah.
And, if you're making that investment, you actually want something back for it.
Of course you do.
I think if someone can come for the whole season, that's an ideal scenario. It's very rare these days you get the international quality players that you used to get for a period of time like that, for 6 months. But they are out there. It's just a matter of doing your research and doing your homework and finding those players who can come for an extended period of time, and then they can really make a valuable contribution to what you're trying to do. You get them to buy into the club, and all of a sudden you can be onto a winner.
Porter to Villas, and played backward of point. I think he may have got a hand on it, but it wouldn't have probably gone to the boundary anyway. And it's pursued for a couple of runs, or is it 3? Who's facing there? 3 runs, yes, thank you. And that was Matt Critchley, I think, who went after that from 2nd or 3rd slip. Tell you when he returns, or 3rd. No, I suppose it would make sense from 3rd slip. It'd be nearest. Certainly wouldn't send to Alistair unless it was in a carriage and 4 with a footman.
Fergie Massey Ferguson even.
Yes.
On his tractor.
Yes.
Now these two batting now, Phil Salt and Dane Villas, very fast between the wickets, super fit young men, and that was an easy 3 for them. But good aggressive running.
Porter moves in, bowls to Salt, and he nudges that round the corner for 1. They'll settle for that.
Yeah, shorter boundary that side. So.
Yep. Cook does the fielding in a floppy white hat, which at the moment isn't required. The sun's just gone behind a cloud, but
here it comes, mate. It's the Costa del Salford today. Not as good as yesterday. We had a brief shower this morning, but the sun is finally shining, and when the sun's out here, it's a great place to play cricket.
Oh yes. Well, let's just nudge down to 3rd man for 2 runs. 3 runs. They're coming back for a 3rd, which they can take very, very comfortably.
It's great aggressive running.
It was, wasn't it? Yes. I mean, I was fairly convinced that was only going to be 2, but they proved me wrong.
I think everyone did, and Shane Snader had the ball in his hand and was ready to let the ball go when Phil Salt took off. So great aggressive running, and this is what Lancashire have to do.
Yes.
If they're not getting many opportunities, that's class batting by Dane Villas, playing a forward defence very late and bleeding it down to 3rd man.
Yes.
And Phil Salt, with his excellent running, gets 3.
And that's just played solidly defensively. And the sun out, I think it was a no ball, yes, signalled by the umpire. Yeah, sun out, it's more or less full beam. Rather than dipped headlights, dipped sunlights. But this morning it was more like windscreen wipers on intermittent.
It was back to January, wasn't it, this morning?
Yes, it was, yeah. But no, Costa del... What do you say, Salford?
Salford this afternoon, yeah.
You're speaking with someone who, from the age of 4 onwards, lived in Southend-on-Sea and the Essex Riviera, the city of Southend-on-Sea. With sadly one of that's the end of the over 23 for 4. Sadly, one of many no longer used outgrounds. The Essex don't use any outgrounds now.
That's a shame, isn't it?
It is, I think so.
Colchester was a great place to play cricket. There was a bit of pace and bounce in the pitch,
yes.
And you always got a decent crowd.
Yes.
Ilford as well, I remember, where it really spun on day 3 and 4. So it gave you an opportunity to experience a different type of method to win a game of cricket. And Chelmsford was, back in the day, it was fast. It wasn't bouncy, but it was fast.
South Church Park, Southend, no particular memories, please?
Oh, plenty, yeah. No, I remember that was one of the greatest games of cricket I've ever played in. I'm not sure that I should have been playing at some stage.
Oh.
But yeah, we demolished Derbyshire.
That's just played out in the offside.
I reckon after might have been day 2. We finished the day. I was not out 16. I think Paul Pritchard was not out 70, and it rained. And the rain was lapping up onto the covers. We had to walk to the car park with our trousers up to our knees, wading through a foot of water. I think the water was just almost going into Paul Pritchard's car. We had to make our way through, and it just rained non-stop until about, well, apparently 4 o'clock in the morning, the next morning.
Cooked to salt. There must be a pun about salt and cooking with salt or something, but I expect it's all been done before, so I won't even attempt it.
I had it yesterday. Michael Pepper needs to be playing.
Yes. Yes.
And we went home that night, and it just rained. We thought, there's no way we're starting tomorrow. So we did press the G for gamble button and woke up the next morning to bright blue skies and sunshine and starting on time, which wasn't good. But anyway, I got 150, Pritch got 130, and we bowled Derbyshire out in the second innings for 75, and one of the great escapes from pressing the wrong button.
That's Southend for you, see, the balmy microclimate of Southend-on-Sea. I mentioned
isn't it the driest part of the country?
Yes, it is. There's a little village just outside Southend called Great Wakering, and year after year after year, Great Wakering has the lowest rainfall of. It's dry in that respect. It's probably got more pubs than any other village of the same size. But,
I wouldn't know what you're talking about.
What it lacks in rain, it makes up for in beer, as Cook moves in and bowls. And that's just played defensively. Yes, I think I mentioned yesterday that the Aussies famously got 721 in a day at South Church Park.
Yeah.
And famously, Keith Miller was out first ball, apparently. And the story goes that he was playing cards in the pavilion, and he had a very good hand, and he didn't want to let it go. That's probably been sort of embossed over the years, but it's a nice tale.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
No, exactly. Oh, and that's outside the off stump. That seems to zip through to the keeper.
It has bounced, hasn't it? Bounced
yes,
left
it has.
Similar length, but a bit more energy on the ball, perhaps. It just took off. The best thing Phil Salt... Well, he did the best thing there. He missed it.
Yes, exactly. Yes, the other story about Miller being out first ball, apparently deliberately, because he sort of shouldered arms and lost his off stump, was that he objected strongly to Bradman's tactics of sort of pulverising Little Essex. Doesn't sound like an Aussie attitude to my mind. Maybe that stereotyping has played out on the onside to Wesley. It was the end of the over, 24 for 4.
We're not that bad, mate.
No, I know. I realise that.
We're more bravado than anything. Big softies underneath.
Yes, of course you are. I'll make way for Scott. Oh no, wrong one. This one.
Lancashire in a bit of a rebuild, well, a lot of a rebuild. 24 for 4 off the 13 overs. I'm going to see a change in bowling now. Shane Snater about to take up his duties from the Jimmy Anderson end. As we look out over Old Trafford now, bathed in beautiful sunshine. Massively different to what we saw just before lunch, and we thought that we were going to be seeing not a lot of cricket. So this is a pleasant afternoon now, watching a great contest unfold, and with Lancashire now, there is backs against the wall. This partnership will very crucial in the context of the game.
Yeah, this is quite intriguing to try and kind of put all this together, isn't it, really? Because the 391 that Essex made, and it took some doing, Lancashire, to pull them out today. And then Lancashire right on the ropes here. There's Snater coming into the attack and bowling, and It is Villas on strike who defends up towards mid-on, and there is no run. And I would suspect, in fact, I think with the exception maybe of a little bit of the game at Hampshire a few weeks ago, but you always felt like it was probably going to end in a draw, which it did, because there was a bit of bad weather on the final day in the end. I don't think Lancashire really been put under pressure yet this season. So this is a real examination for them, isn't it?
Yeah, particularly here at home. They're usually very strong here at Old Trafford, and Essex have made great inroads to the start of this innings.
Snater to Villas onto the front foot. Did he fend up towards mid-on? And there's no run. Set up by Porter and Cook. I mean, bowled beautifully. Well, I mean, it's a fantastic, what is now quite a number of years that those two have bowled together as an opening pair.
Yeah.
But it's a wonderful opening partnership, and they constantly are asking questions.
They are. Then they know their role. That's the most important thing about being a professional sportsman, knowing what you're good at and sticking to it. And you know, Sam Cook, look at those figures: 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 5 runs. Outstanding.
Snater bowls and Villas is forward in defence, and there's no run. So, the batting side here now, is it? Well, we're not far away from tea. We're teasing the 10 minutes or so. Is it clearly just get to tea? But is it all just about survival? Or as you mentioned when Phil Salt came out to bat, is there to a degree a sense of counter-attacking that needs to be done? What's the balance like?
Well, the word I mentioned before was intent.
Right.
You need to have intent to score runs. Your job as a batsman isn't to survive, it's to score runs.
Snater to Villas. Oh, he's bowled him. He may have just actually chopped onto his stumps there and gets to come off the face of the bat. And Villas has gone for 11, and Lancashire have lost their 5th wicket. 24 for 5, wow. Lancashire. And it's the captain who's gone, I think, looking to leave the ball, and I suspect deflecting back down onto the stumps off the face of the bat. And the captain departs, and Lancashire on the cusp of tea on the second day are 24 for 5.
Yeah, looking to leave the ball there. Dane Villas getting a long way down on the front foot, but looking to leave the ball. It just ends up hanging it outside off stump, trying to withdraw the blade at the last minute, and the bottom edge back onto the stumps. And as you say, Lancashire now in real trouble.
Yeah, it's a breathless start by Essex. They've been terrific today with the bat to begin with, and then they've come out of the traps with the ball here brilliantly, haven't they? They've been right across, right all over Lancashire, and they've not given them a moment to try and breathe and escape the sense of pressure being built up. Keaton Jennings LBW to Cook for 4. Luke Wells LBW to Cook for 6. Josh Bohannon LBW to Porter for 0. Croft Cook bowl Porter for 0. And then Villas bowl by Snater in his first over since coming into the attack. Villas out for 11, and Lancashire at 24 for 5 in reply to that 391 that Essex made. Could not have gone any better for Essex. In fact, above and beyond, I'm sure, what they would have possibly have hoped for.
If you go back to yesterday morning, Jimmy Anderson and Tom Bailey opening the bowling for Lancashire with a bit of help with the new ball cloud cover over in the morning session yesterday. There's a lot of play and misses. There was a lot of, leaving the ball go just over the top of the stumps. And today there's been edges and LBWs hitting the stumps. So just the luck, the luck wasn't with Lancashire yesterday morning.
As Wood leaves his first delivery from Snater, which has got good bounce and carry through to the keeper, and there's no run.
But on the flip side, Essex batted beautifully. They weathered that storm and they got through it and able to capitalise. But Essex have been ruthless in their lines and their lengths, hard to get away, and there hasn't been excessive movement, just enough to cause a few problems, and problems now are plenty.
Indeed, 1 ball left of the over as we approach the tea break on the second day. Snater bowling to Wood in behind, and he defends back down the pitch, and there's no run, and he started with a wicket maiden to back up the work with the bat a little bit earlier on today. He made 72 from 82, and then he's into the attack with the ball and starts with a wicket maiden. It's an easy game, cricket, isn't it, for Snater?
Yeah, it is now, isn't it? Yeah. It looks more like Pat Rafter from
It is a
the tennis circles with the white headband on, tied up, with the long locks flowing down, and he started beautifully. As you say, great morning. So confidence is high with his 72, and starts brilliantly with a wicket maiden, and not only just a wicket, the valuable wicket of the opposition captain Dane Villas.
We can see a bit of spin as well. Simon Harmer bowling from this Statham end, as you predicted he would do.
Well, I said the other end.
Did you? I thought you said this end.
No, I said the other end because of the drift. But I think they may even... There is some footholes outside, slight scuff marks outside the right-hander's off stump, which will play into Simon Harmer's hands. But I'm thinking about Harmer, he gets a lot of bounce.
Well, he should extract that here at Emirates Old Trafford, albeit the first delivery is hammered down the ground for 4 by Salt.
I love watching this boy bat. When he gets going, he is something to watch. He doesn't care. Well, I say he doesn't care. He carefree. He's very positive in everything he does, and there's a half volley whack it for 4, as you should.
Yep.
You know, it doesn't matter. Don't play the man, play the ball.
Yeah, it wasn't a great delivery sent down first up from Harmer, and Salt made the very most of it. This time he's turning the ball across the pads in towards the onside for no run.
So this end should drift more in towards the batsman, the right-hander, and there's a very clever field set. They've got a short backward square. They've got a catcher just behind on the leg side as well as bat pad on the onside, with the ball drifting in.
Harmer over the wicket to Salt, and turned into the onside, stopped at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So the slip, the leg slip, the forward short leg, the backward square leg, short mid-wicket. This is heaved away through the offside. That's probably another 4. It is.
Great shot
for Salt to open up that offside. Salt finding successive boundaries now in this over. 32 for 5.
Yeah, you got that one slightly wrong again, Simon Harmer. Just a little bit full, a little bit too wide of off stump. With this field, with only backward points and mid off, can't afford to get full and wide. It's an easy put away for any batsman really to through the covers. But good start here from Phil Salt.
He's on to 9. 2 balls left of the over as he goes back into the crease this time and plays it up towards mid off, where Tom Wesley, who will be utterly thrilled with how this day has progressed for Essex, is there to field, and there is no run. But if we get a bit of Phil Salt after tea, playing the way that Phil Salt wants to play or can play, that could be great fun to watch. Harmer 2, Salt forward in defence, and there's no run back down the pitch. Is that going to be tea? It could be tea. The umpires are having a little look. Here we go. Flick of the bails, and players are making their way off for tea with the score at 32 for 5.
The regulation 1 over before a break from the captain, from the captain's manual, to give the spinner 1 over.
Well, he's played the manual to perfection, as Tom Wesley so far in the match.
No, fair enough too. Simon Harmer's been one of the brilliant, contributors to county cricket over a number of years now, and he's probably itching to get in to have a crack.
I'm sure he was, yeah. Well, what a brilliant day it's been so far for Essex. They have managed to resume this morning on 280 for 7 and push that up to 391 before being bowled out. And then they've blown away Lancashire's top order. A brilliant opening spell with the ball. Wells for 6, Jennings for 4, Bohannon for 0, Croft for 0, Villas for 11. And we get to the tea interval on the second day with Lancashire in reply to that 391 at 32 for 5 in all sorts of trouble. They're still 359 runs behind. They're 5 wickets down, and we've got 46 overs left in the day, subject to the light and the weather permitting. And just to say that, you can maybe just see, if you're watching on Lancs TV, to the left of the screen there's a horrible looking cloud which is drifting across towards the ground. But the ground staff are not, although in fact there goes the sound of the hover cover right on cue. So we may be in for a little bit of rain perhaps. The ground staff The fact that they're firing up the protective covers may be an indication that something is on its way. We'll see. We'll take tea, however, that's for certain. And Lancashire will be grateful of a bit of a break. What a session for Essex. Lancashire 32 for 5.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by their commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Hi, I'm Keaton Jennings, a batter at Lancashire Cricket Club, and we are here on the sportsbreak.com terrace at Emirates Old Trafford. And as you can see behind me, we're really close to the pitch. We've got sofas, park benches, and a lovely bar in the corner. Emirates Old Trafford will be absolutely bouncing during every game day, so come down with sportsbreak.com and enjoy your day.
Well, we were on, and now we're off. So that lasted long. The Lancashire players were not massively keen, understandably, at 32 for 5, to come out. Anyway, the umpires did say, let's have a little go after tea. The hover cover did come off. The Essex players came on, and now everyone's going back off again. So there we go. It must be presumably raining. I can't really see it in the air from here. It's quite difficult when you're behind glass. I didn't see a meter reading taken. I don't think it's a light issue. I think it must be rain. In fact, the sight of spectators now frantically seeking cover would reassure me that it is indeed rain. And I can see one brolly up below the pavilion, a multicoloured brolly. Oh, and there's two brollies, they're friends, side by side next to each other below the pavilion. So yeah, there's a bit of rain around, so the evening session is delayed at the start of it due to rain. The cover is on, the hover cover is on to protect the pitch, and the extra sheets will get dragged across, I think, in the not too distant future. So delay to the start of the final session on day 2. Lancashire at 32 for 5. We'll keep you posted if there's any sign of any further play. But as you can see there, the big sheet's being pulled right across the edge of the square. So the ground staff are expecting, it would seem, a little rain to come our way over the course of the next few minutes. We'll keep you posted, but no play after tea due to rain. Well, I'm afraid, sadly, we've no good news in terms of play about to resume. I suspect we'll be we're done for the day. We're just waiting for official confirmation to come through that the day's play has been abandoned. The covers have been on for a while. The floodlights actually have now been switched off, and the rain is still falling. So at least it gives us a little bit of chance to have a chat with Stuart, who's been with us over the course of the last 2 days. It's been great having you back at Emirates Old Trafford, Stuart.
It's been great to be back, I can tell you.
Fantastic. How much have you enjoyed it, and walking back in through the gate and coming up to see a few faces and such like?
Yeah, it's like I've never been away, to be honest. I'm still pretty close to a number of the boys around the ground still, and driving into the car park, still have the 10-minute chat with the boys on the gate who seems like they've been there forever. And you come and meet Dave at the front door as well, and it's always a welcoming smile, and fond memories of my time here at Lancashire, and to sit here and reminisce and look out over Old Trafford. It's changed a hell of a lot since I played here, but it's turned into one of the most iconic grounds in England, and pleasure to be back.
Before we kind of progress with some fantastic memories that you've had here as a player, and of course as captain. Last week at Headingley, during the Roses match, we heard the shocking news of Andrew Simons and the death of Andrew Simons, and it sparked a memory in the back of my mind about his Lancashire debut in a one-day cup game, a quarter-final, where he got a century, he got a couple of wickets, he got a run-out, your name was on that scorecard, you played in that game.
Yeah.
I just thought maybe some memories, if you can, of Andrew as a person, as a player, and your thoughts.
Well, look, the way he announced himself on the scene here at Lancashire is what we became accustomed to back home in Queensland. His time in the Queensland team didn't start, with a lot of runs, but what he contributed off the field, in the field, was outstanding. Ability, athleticism in the field. He could win you a match by a catch, a run out, and he had the freakish ability to do that regularly. And we all knew that he had the talent to hit the ball hard, but he just had to learn how to, build an innings. And by the time he got here at Lancashire, it was almost the finished article. And when he arrived to get that 100 straight off the plane, I think he landed the day before and played the next day. But Simo was probably one of the greatest teammates you could have. There's been a lot said about him in the press, and it's all about how great a cricketer he is. And I'm not denying the fact that he was one of the world's great entertainers. But as a human, he was probably salt of the earth. Very simple in the way he lived his life. He didn't like the limelight, didn't like, the fame that came with the player that he was, which is unheard of this day and age. He just loved a simple life. He moved from Brisbane to get out of the big fishbowl. He moved up to Townsville where he was happiest. After his career, he put enough money away to live the life he wanted to do, and he spent every day fishing. That was his real passion, to be honest. He loved playing cricket, don't get me wrong. He tried to play rugby league later on in his career as well, but he was never going to make it in rugby league. But he loved fishing, loved getting away and spending time by himself. And look, it was a shock to us. I was overseas myself, visiting a brother-in-law, and when I heard the news, we've still got an ex-Queensland WhatsApp group, and that started going bananas. And the boys, straight up, they just said, right, we're all going to the Story Bridge Hotel in the centre of Brisbane. We're going to celebrate the guy's life. The only disappointing thing is that I wasn't there to be with them, and I had to reminisce about stories of Simo, or Roy as we knew him, over the phone, which at least I was there, but I wish I was really there. But sad news, tragic. One hell of a human being. Yeah, he had his faults, and he admitted he had his faults, but one of the best teammates you could ever have.
I spoke to Mark Chilton, Lancashire's Director of Cricket, last week, and he spoke volumes about the impact he had on the dressing room. And he was only here for a short period of time, wasn't he? So did he epitomise what an overseas player should be about, do you think?
Yeah, he had the attitude, well, I'll do it. Don't worry about anything else, boys. Leave it to me, I've got it done. And, he always had that in his ability to switch his mind into the contest. And, you know, there were times where he'd create a contest within a contest. By that, if he was fielding at mid-wicket, he'd talk to cover and he'd say, right, if you miss field, that's one up. Whoever's got the most points up at the end of the day's play buys dinner for me, or I buy it for you. So he created that contest, which made you, really concentrate on what you did. And I think to teach that in as an overseas player coming in, just to create that little contest within the game, made the team better, and he had that immediate impact. Chile's right. He came in, no fuss, no nonsense. With a bat in hand, he tried to destroy every team that he played against. He could bowl off spin and medium pace, but just to watch him go about his fielding was something special. I've seen him take catches where he's at mid-wicket and he's dived and taken one full length dive into his right in front of square leg, and you think that's just impossible. And that was just what he could do. It was a freakish ability to change the game in any situation, bat, ball or field.
Mentioned Mark Chilton. He was your captain in that game. When you first arrived at Lancashire, Warren Hegg was your skipper.
Yeah.
Just some memories of your initial arrival at Emirates Old Trafford. What were you expecting? Was it everything you thought it would be, or not?
Yeah, everything I thought it would be and more. Lancashire is one of the biggest clubs in the country, and Warren Hegg you mentioned. I know he's still involved here at the club, and what a great man he was, or still is. I negotiated my contract on field out here. I was playing for Essex. I remember they had Murley, and I got 2 not-out hundreds in the championship game. I got 100 in the one-day game as well. I remember walking out the first innings, and John Crawley had just he was leaving to go to Hampshire, and I turned around to Heggie. He was up to the stumps, and I said, "I hear you're looking for a number 4 batsman." And he said, "Yeah, well, we only employ the best up here, mate." I went, "Okay, no problem." So I got 100 in the first innings, not out. Second innings, I said, "You're still looking, aren't you?" He goes, "Keep talking." I said, "Okay." So at the end of that, we had a beer at the end of that game, and then the one-day game, got 100 again. He goes, "All right, we might have to have a serious chat." So I did my audition, my interview out in the field with Essex, and the rest is history. I came here. Heggie was a great captain, a great leader, and still a great friend. But the people that were around at that time, Glenn Chappell was there, Freddie Flintoff, Peter Martin, another unsung hero of a lot of the finals that Lancashire won. Mike Watkinson was the manager, the coach, and his the history here that he's created is outstanding as well. So just to be in that dressing room, knowing that you're under pressure, playing league cricket up in Littleborough, I knew what pressure was all about coming to this part of the world, and that was something that I thrived on. I really enjoyed the fact that I knew the legacy that was before me. So I knew every game I had to go out and perform, and I'd like to think the people out there who came to watch, saw that in spades. And we didn't win a trophy. We came close a couple of times, but unfortunately weren't able to get over the line in that respect. But a lot of great memories.
Yeah, is that the one kind of bittersweet aspect of it? Some fantastic memories, but you just couldn't. Some of the names you mentioned there, certainly for someone of my age, they're kind of like players I watched.
Heroes,
yeah, definitely. And it's some great players, but just couldn't quite get over the line and win something.
Yeah, and I think we were definitely good enough to win trophies. A couple of times we missed out on the championship by minimal points. And you look back and we're sitting here in a rain delay. I think of one season, Sussex had won the title, and they won it by 2 points. And I think we lost 1,000 overs, they lost 200 overs through weather all season. And I think we were good enough to get more than 3 points in the 1,000 overs we missed out on. So it was a shame, but I wouldn't say it's a regret, because you don't regret anything in life. We tried our hardest. We got knocked out of a final as well. So, mate, yeah, at Lords, it would have been nice, but I still can't take away the memories I've got from playing here.
The captaincy, Stuart. How did you find that, and kind of how it came about?
Yeah, well, it came about. Chile decided to hand in the reins, and reluctantly I was asked to do a job. Mike Watkinson didn't think that it should be left to anyone else, and he spoke to me about it, and I said, look, I'll do it. I don't want to do it permanently, but I'll do it for a year and see where we're at. And as it turned out, that was my last year, so I obviously didn't do a very good job. But, you know, my style of captaincy was different to Mark. Mark is, you know, very intelligent, softly spoken, but, you know, dedicated to what he was doing. And mine was a bit more punchy, if you like, which probably didn't suit the group that was going forward. And looking back now, reflecting on it, you know, as I have done numerous times, I could have done it better. But, you know, I thought that, you know, we needed to understand that our standards need to remain high, and if we're going to win trophies, we need to maintain it. Unfortunately, we didn't. The experiment didn't last long, 6 months, but that's okay.
But it clearly shows just how much love and respect you built up for the club prior to that. That even if it didn't end the way you wanted it with the captaincy, it doesn't tarnish your memories of being a Lancashire player.
Oh no, not at all. No, I don't hold any grudge towards, you know, what happened, and, you know, what happened. You know, the club make decisions, and unfortunately, sometimes you're the one in the firing line, and you've got to cop it on the chin and move on. You know, I was getting. Let's face it, I probably played too long. I retired when I was retired. I didn't play anymore when I was 39. And I think, you know, that's probably, looking back, that's probably a couple of years too long. I wasn't at my best when I'd finished, and I always had the want to retire on my terms. I probably didn't get to do that here at Lancashire, but, you know, there's no fairy tales in sport, that's for sure. And I look back, as I say, I look back at all my times, you know, Queensland, Essex and here, with fantastic memories, great mates, and to this day still, you know, friendships that, you know, will last forever.
Still a couple of guys playing.
Yeah, still a couple of guys playing, yeah. They must have been real greenhorns when I was here, but it's nice to see them, you know. I saw them yesterday morning when I arrived at the ground, and they come over to say good day, which was really nice, and nice to have that relationship still with someone playing the game today.
Brilliant. Well, it's been great having you here for the last 2 days, Stuart, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more of you.
Yeah, it's been great. I really enjoyed my time. It's like coming home again, so I really appreciate you looking after me as well. Thanks, Scott.
It's a pleasure. And on that, we can sign off, because the confirmation now that play has been abandoned for the day. No real surprise, because the clouds have drifted in, the rain has been tumbling, and the prospect for any play was looking pretty limited. So we'll be back with you tomorrow morning for day 3. Lancashire, I've got a bit of work to do here with the bat, at 32 for 5 in their first innings, of what they'll respond to after Essex were bowled out for 391. So that's it from us. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We're going to take a little look back on the highlights of day 2.